You want me on that side?
Okay.
I thought you were going to be on
You
this
want me
side.
to on that side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Funga Lafia, Ashe, Ashe. Funga Lafia, Ashe, Ashe. Hey, Funga Lafia, Ashe, Ashe. Funga Lafia, Ashe, Ashe. We welcome you right from the start. Ashe, Ashe. Sounds of love straight from the heart. Ashe, Ashe. We welcome you right from the start. Ashe, Ashe. Sounds of love straight from the heart. Ashe, Ashe. Just singing Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Everybody Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. They're gathering in from around the world. Ashe, Ashe. Men, women, boys, and girls. Ashe, Ashe. Singing peace, love, and happiness. Ashe, Ashe. Everyone doing the very best. Ashe, Ashe. Singing Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Oh, oh. Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Hey, Funga Lafia. Ashe, Ashe. Hey. Hey.
At this time, we would like to pay homage to our ancestors. I'm going to do the pouring of the libation. Oh, it's not working. Ashe. Ashe. Is it on?
Thank you so much. That was so good.
Ashe. Ashe. Testing. Ashe. Ashe. Oh, now that's for real. Now we're cooking with gas. At this time, we want to give honor to our ancestors through the pouring of the libation. There will be a point when you will be asked to call out the names of ancestors who have planted into your life. And what we mean is they could be someone in your family who has passed away, but throughout their life, they planted positive information, positive inspiration into your life, and it still inspires you today. They could be celebrities, they could be leaders in the community, but the purpose of the libation is to honor them and to invoke their spirit to continue to be with us. So when we participate in the libation, we work in 3 different spheres: the past, present, the dead, the living, and the yet unborn. So as I make each affirmation, I would like for you to respond, Ame or Ashe, and both of them mean I agree. We pour this water in the name of the Creator who has made all things great and small. In that name we say, Ashe. In honor of our ancestors who established the African continent, great mighty empires, the empire of Mali, Songhai, Ghana, Madagascar, and others, to give us nurturance to our belief system and our worldview. In their names we say, to those who created chemistry and even raised the pyramids, who built a nation self-sufficiently with education and all that we need. In their names we say, for those ancestors who were kidnapped and taken from the motherland, to cross the transatlantic voyage known as the Middle Passage, forced into ships that were crowded and had no room for them to turn. In their names we say, for those who were taken to the slave castles and forced for more than a year to be broken before they could even be made into slaves. In their names we say, Ashe. For those abolitionists who fought beside us for our freedom, be they Quakers or those who participated on the Underground Railroad, who risked their lives, John Rankin, Lord Garrison, William Lord Garrison, so many, Harriet Tubman, so many conductors on that Underground Railroad. In their names we say, Ashe. At this time, we open the floor for you to call out the names of people who have inspired you. You don't have to raise your hand or take turns. Just fill this house with their names. Ashe. Ashe. Kermit Piggott. Ben Piggott Sr. Ashe. Dr. Maya Angelou. Ashe. Ashe. Dr. Carlton Eversley. Ashe. 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 We pour the cooling waters to the north and the south, to the east and to the west. And we recognize generations yet unborn who spur us forward in the righteousness and victory of our struggle. And we are thankful to the ancestors that this day we celebrate on a national federal holiday. In their names we say, Ashe! Okay.
I'm not sure why this one wasn't coming through. It's not me, dude. Would you rather?
At this time, we will move to our memorial on behalf of Sister Lucy Vaughn, who was one of the charter founding members of the Triad Cultural Arts. Very fine sister. Ashe.
There is a bond in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There is a bond in Gilead to heal the sin-sick soul. Sometimes I feel discouraged and think my work's in vain, but then the Holy Spirit revives my soul again. There is a balm in
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming out. Tricultural Arts, along with our partners, Food Lion and the City of Winston-Salem, are so proud to present the 17th annual celebration of Juneteenth in our city. Of course, this is more than enjoyment. It's a time when we pay homage to those people who struggled and fought for freedom, both black and white. This is a time of affirmation for us, descendants of the diaspora, a time when we come together and we can fellowship and have that kindred spirit of belongingness. So today, I thank you for being here with us. As we think about spirits, of course, Lucy Vaughn, Lucy has a charter member of Tricultural Arts. She was such a community person, and when we were forming the organization, it was important for me that we had somebody who could connect to the community, a grassroots kind of person who just cared about people. And that's what Lucy was all about. And Lucy would have been at this festival. She got the name, my husband started calling her the police because she was always in charge of all the vendors. And if you didn't do right, Lucy would be on your case. So we want to recognize her family today. That voice that you heard, there is a bomb, that was her daughter, Tashina Vaughn, who is a mezzo-soprano. Thank you. If all the members of Lucy's family would stand at this time, we just want to say thank you for giving us Lucy. And just so you know, Tashina, her daughter, Lucy was a wonderful spirit, but Lucy loved vending. She loved Afrocentric crafts. And her daughter, in her honor, has opened up a shop, and it's over on 14th Street off of 311. And Lucy taught me this word, zawadi, which means gift. And the name of her shop is Zawadi. Okay, all right. So anyway, you'll be hearing more about that. But anyway, we're going to just keep it moving right along. Thank you all again. We want to, of course, the City of Winston-Salem has always been a supporter and a sponsor of the Juneteenth Festival, and we started back in 2005. And we are happy that they have partnered with us. We thank you, all of our city officials here, for raising up the levels. We appreciate that. We do want to hear now, a greeting from Mayor Jones. He could not be here, but he was at the opening with us on May 21st. And if many of you saw that on Facebook, freedom was announced in Winston-Salem on May 21st, 1865. A month before Texas. So we did our opening celebration on May 21st at the St. Philip's Church in Old Salem, where that announcement was made. So we'll now hear from Mayor Jones.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alan Joins, Mayor of Winston-Salem, and it's my pleasure to bring you greetings today as we celebrate Juneteenth here in Winston-Salem. Actually, we've been celebrating it all week with events that began, I guess, last Saturday. And so proud that this is the first year that we're celebrating it after the City of Winston-Salem established Juneteenth as an official holiday for our employees. It appears that the federal government is moving towards creating a national federal holiday. It's passed the Senate unanimously and is now moving to the House. So by the time you see this video, it may have actually passed the House of Representatives as well. But today, as we pause to celebrate this day and commemorate this day, I just really think about the exuberance that must have been felt when on June 19th, 1865, the Union General rode into Galveston and gave the word that the Civil War was over and the slaves had been freed. I can imagine the celebration and the amazing feelings of just joy that occurred to those individuals who had not heard and did not know about the emancipation of enslaved people. So today there's a lot of wonderful activities, a lot of wonderful learning, more about the JuneTeenth event and the JuneTeenth celebration. So thank you for participating. I'm sorry I can't be there today. I had an out-of-town engagement, but I've been involved in several of the events all week. So have a wonderful JuneTeenth here in Winston-Salem.
Thank you, thank you. We want to hear from some of our local and state officials now in this order. Mayor Pro Tem Dee Dee Adams, Congresswoman Kathy Manning, Representative Paul Lowe, and Representative Evelyn Terry. So if you'll take a moment just to come up to the stage and give us 2 minutes worth of remarks. She's going to be short, she says. And the rest of you can just come on up now and just be ready. Just come on up.
Thank you, Cheryl Harry. I'm going to be short, like me short. First of all, thank everyone for being here today, but most of all, we need to give Cheryl Harry a hand. 17 years didn't just happen because somebody just decided to do this. She's been doing this with Lucy Vaughn and all of the rest of you. I want to thank, on behalf of the city and the mayor and the city council, we have council members Barbara Burke, John Larson, and Kevin Mundy here as well. I'm Dee Dee Adams, Mayor Pro Tem and council member of the North Ward. We also have city staff here, our city manager, Lee Garrity, Ben Rao, and some others that are here in the building. As she said, the city has always partnered, but we had to step up our A game if we're going to declare something a holiday. That came with the piece of pie. I also know that there are people, particularly African Americans and white people, who have conscious issues about this holiday. I have to remind people, this ain't about you. This is about people that were slaves and people that died as slaves. This is about our culture and our history. And I know that people say, well, we need something else besides this. Let me tell you what. Everybody and everything that is what it is was because somebody spoke up and somebody did some action to even start the change and the reaction to get you, me, and everybody else where we are. So just because we voted for JuneTeenth, like I tell people, revel in it for a minute. Let's celebrate it for a minute. The work isn't done yet, and we will continue to do that. I want to thank all the volunteers. Give the volunteers and vendors a hand, and all of the sponsors. We want to thank you so much. And like I said before, JuneTeenth is a holiday, it's a day, but the work is not done. The struggle is real. Power to the people.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Manning. I have the privilege to be the Congresswoman representing all of you in our newly drawn North Carolina's 6th Congressional District. I am honored to be not only the first woman ever to represent this district, but the first Democrat in 30 years. And what a privilege it is for me to be here with all of you today for this spectacular celebration of JuneTeenth. Let me tell you, all of you have led the rest of the country having this spectacular celebration for the past 17 years. We're just catching up in Washington. It was a privilege for me to be able to vote in favor of creating JuneTeenth as a national holiday this past week. There are There are a lot of difficult decisions I have to make in Washington as your representative. Voting for Juneteenth was not one of those. That was an easy decision to make. But the best part of it is right after we passed that bill in the House of Representatives, it was rushed over to the White House, and Joe Biden signed that bill into law. So as the rest of the country catches up with you in celebrating Juneteenth, I hope that we can take the lead from you in making it a day of celebration, of celebrating African American heritage, music, dance, culture. But I also hope we will take it as a day for all of us across the country to think about what that day must have meant to people who more than 2 years after the reading of the Emancipation Proclamation, more than 2 years later, only then did they learn that they were in fact free. So I hope as we create this as a national holiday, we create it as a time of celebration, but also as a time of commemoration, a time of memory, a time when all of us can think back to what it must have been like, and to remember the fact that this country was built by enslaved people. And what we benefit from today, what we all benefit from today was the result of back-breaking work by people who were enslaved. We all benefit from what they did for this country. So, passing the bill to commemorate Juneteenth, that was just the beginning. We have much more work to do. I was proud to vote for the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, because we all know the injustices that have been committed against the black and brown community for years. And the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is the beginning of turning that around. But that's not the only thing. We are going to work to put more money into education, into affordable housing, to make sure that we have jobs that pay a livable wage. And as Joe Biden likes to say, as we build back better, we have to build back in a way that is more equitable. It is long past time for us to make sure that everyone can enjoy the fruits of this great country we live in. So, thank you for allowing me to represent you. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this great celebration. When this is over, I can't wait to go outside and see what all the vendors are selling out there and take part in this great celebration. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Paul Lowe, and I'm excited to be here with this Juneteenth celebration. I was asked a couple of days ago, after the bill was passed as a federal holiday, how I felt about it, because I issued a bill for this state in February. And I was told, Paul, we believe in your bill, but it's not a good time yet. I'm excited because I've been celebrating this holiday since I was a little kid, because we celebrated it out west. And I talked about, when I talked to the reporter, I said the menu would always be potato salad, barbecue ribs, hot links, and red soda water. And somebody asked me, what is red soda water? Well, it's Hawaiian Punch and 7-Up. Have a great Juneteenth. May God bless you and may God keep you. Let's celebrate.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. I tell you, coming behind a preacher is really not an easy task. So I'll say that it is my pleasure to be here today, and I'm not certain, but I believe, Cheryl, since you started this, we've been a part of the whole thing. I can remember the Triad Cultural Arts and the city. Everybody has been cooperative to the extent that we have come to this day when we really have something to really crow and shell about and yell about to the high heavens, because it is Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. What can we say? And I hope everybody understands exactly how we got to this point. If you listened very carefully to the Congresswoman, she let you know this has been a long journey. I think about the person whose seat I'm now sitting in, Representative Larry Womble today. He was the person who wore a purple suit into the chamber that everybody recognized when it was time to celebrate Juneteenth. He never let it go. And with that, the spirit of Juneteenth and everything that we have had to endure just rests with me for the service that I try to provide for the citizens of Forsyth County. It's a tough road, but we will never give up. As long as there is breath, there is life, and there is also hope for a better tomorrow. I think about our ancestors and what they endured, and I say all of what is happening now is absolutely nothing. I will not stop. So I want to say to you to enjoy today, to support the vendors, support the supporters who allow us to be here to do this, and get to work. We've got too many citizens in the state of North Carolina and in Forsyth County who are not registered to vote, who are eligible to vote. Let's not just sing and dance and have a good time today, but let us sign up and be dedicated to get out there and do what is necessary to seize our power. Our blood, sweat, and tears have paid for us the right to have some power in this democracy. Thank you.
Well, Representative Terry said it's not that easy coming behind a preacher, but it's not so easy coming behind her either. That fire that's shut up in her bones. Well, I first want to give honor to our elected officials, to Mayor Pro Tem Adams, on whose shoulder I stand, in the memory of Vivian Burke, who was a warrior, who set the prototype for what it means to take your power and use it for good. I also want to honor my biological mama. All of you have adopted her as my mama. And then I'm going to try not to cry, but Mama Lucy, we met and we were kindred spirits. And I was more like Mama Lucy than I was my biological mama. And if you got a call from her, you better sit down and pay attention. And so I thank Tashina for allowing me to be your auntie. I thank my aunties for taking care of me. Lynn has been a part of my life since we moved here in Winston in 1981. She has been a dear friend of my mom's. And so I needed to take that moment to just let you know that I say there's a half a degree of separation in Winston-Salem, that if you speak to someone longer than 5 minutes, then you share someone in common. And so today I tell you who I share with in this room. I was not called. I am the most recently elected representative to the House, District 72. And so I want to say on this day of Juneteenth, as I sat there and thought about what I was going to say, we will celebrate and we will rejoice this day and every day forward. But as Sister Felicia mentioned, the abolitionists that helped us in the struggle We thank them today, those that are being courageous enough to take their white privilege and to speak against that which is wrong and injustices that exist today in our society. So we have modern day abolitionists who are saying, I will be bold and I will be courageous and I will link arms and I will fight to right the wrongs of this country. And you need to know locally, we have people that are doing it at the state level. Senator Lowe, Representative Terry, and myself, we are fighting against the most restrictive voting laws, the laws that are being enacted or are proposed to be enacted against people who have their God-given and rights to protest, but now we want to arrest them. And you know why we are now having these conversations about critical race theory? It is because young white males and females are saying, this is not right. And so when you watch the protest in Minnesota and around this nation and this country and this world, there were just as many faces that were not black in those crowds fighting, and that is scary. So that is why we're saying we will continue to fight as a united voice, and we will fight against whitewashing our history. So I celebrate with you today, but as Representative Terry said, who is my elder and my mentor in the House, we celebrate today, but tomorrow we continue the fight. And if you have not begun to ask people, are you registered to vote? Do you have a plan to vote? How do you plan on getting to the polls? It is almost too late. We cannot wait until October to start doing that. We must do it today and every day. And so I thank you again. Cheryl Harry, who is my sister, she has adopted my mama. My mama loves Cheryl better than she loves me. I have a problem with that because I'm the baby. But I thank you for always honoring my mom and taking good care of her. And again, I love my mama. I know y'all love your mama. I thank my mama for being here.
Thank you all. Thank you for those wonderful, wonderful remarks. They were really great. We are going to move on. I want to bring Carol Andrews up. ABC 45 has been a partner with us as well for so long. Now, they're some really helpful people. I am not kidding. Thank you, Lori. You do a great job. So Carol's going to come up, and Carol is going to guide us through the rest of the program. So I hope you have time to stay until 5 o'clock because it's going to be nonstop from here on. Thank you.
You'd think I'd know how to turn on a mic. Not always. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Stand before you, a descendant of slaves. I stand before you because I could stand on the shoulders of so many people before me. I met the first woman in my family who was born free. And I thought about her when I watched the president sign JuneTeenth as a federal holiday yesterday, and I thought about her. And so today, Martha Pulliam, I dedicate this day to you. All righty. We are celebrating. We are looking back to say thank you. We are looking at today to say there's more to do. But we have to know from whence we came to know where we're going. So let's talk about from whence we came. And I am glad to be back, by the way. It's been a couple of years. But guess what? Just like slavery, right-minded people move forward, even through COVID. So hopefully all of you all are doing the things that you need to do to stay healthy and keep the folks around you healthy. All right, we're going to open the program with music that serves as a foundation for all forms of African-American music, from jazz to rhythm and blues. We're talking about the Negro spirituals. Spirituals, genre of music purely and solely the creation of generations of African Americans, which merged African culture and the experiences of being held in bondage in slavery. It's the first music native to America. Here to perform this historic music is Sophia Feaster Lawrence, a mezzo-soprano, and Mae Berner from the North Carolina Black Repertory's Mahalia.
Listen. Listen. Do you hear that? Africans singing Negro spirituals. Negro spirituals were birthed in the 1600s, where slaves who were kidnapped and placed in bondage were able to express themselves by means of joy, motivation, hope, and inspiration. Negro spirituals also were biblical based, and there were also personal conversations amongst the slaves in the belly of the slave ships, in the plantations, in the big houses. So the slave masters did not know. They could not interpret, nor could they translate what the slaves were saying. Now Harriet Tubman, Moses, she would state, I got my ticket in hand, and go down Moses, were ways the messages that the slaves knew that they were reaching the North States to the free lands. Today we celebrate the legacy of our Negro spirituals, and we will continue to honor that legacy. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child, a long way from home. Sometimes I feel like I'm almost done. Sometimes I feel like I'm almost done. Sometimes I feel like I'm almost done. A long way from home. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. A long way from home. Nobody knows the struggles I see. Nobody knows but Jesus. Oh, nobody knows the troubles I see. Glory, hallelujah. I'm sometimes up, and I'm sometimes down. Oh, yeah. I'm sometimes level to the ground. Oh, yes. Sister, you know what? I tell you, we've been out here all day. Yes, sir. And I know that it's going to be all right.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can just kind of feel my freedom.
Yes.
I can taste
it.
my freedom.
Yes, sir.
But one thing we're not going to stop doing.
That's right.
We're going to keep praying.
Amen.
Because we know that we're going to get
That's right.
to the promised land.
To the promised
So we're
land.
going to keep praying.
Yes, sir.
We're going to keep hope alive.
Yes.
And know that our God is going to see us through.
Yes, he is.
Yes, it's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Oh, it's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Oh, it's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Oh, it's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer.
Oh, it's not my mother, not my father, but it's me, oh Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Standing in the need of prayer.
Yes. Me, oh Lord.
Standing in the need of prayer. Oh,
Not my sister, not my brother, but it's me, oh Lord. Standing in the need of prayer. Not my sister, not my brother, but it's me, oh Lord. Standing in the need of prayer.
oh, it's me, oh Lord. Standing in the need of prayer.
Oh,
It's me, oh Lord. Standing in the need of prayer.
Yes, sir. We're going to make it.
Yes, we are.
We're going to make it.
Yes, we are.
Woo! Don't you feel good out there?
Yes.
Don't you feel good out here?
Yes.
We come to celebrate.
Celebrate.
What a wonderful occasion.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Let's
Sis,
listen.
excuse me. What are you doing?
Huh?
I tell you, I feel good.
Yeah, girl. Me
We done
too.
come a long way.
Long way.
We done come through the Civil War. We done come through the industrial era. We've come through the progressive era.
Yes, sir.
We've come through civil rights.
Talk about it.
And guess what? I've even landed on the moon. Well, I didn't land on the moon, but
Thank the Lord.
Neil Armstrong, Edwin, Buzz Aldrin, they represented us, did they not? And they landed on the moon. You know what? We've come through the civil rights era. And you know, we've even had an African American in the White House.
Well, sir.
And now we have a female for a vice president. Now I just heard she loves pearls and she loves chucks. But somebody told me she loved them colors of the pink and green as well. God, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Soon I will be done with the trouble of the world. My name's Mahalia Jackson. Born October 26, 1911, in New Orleans, Louisiana. I tell you, we didn't have it easy. We were poor, but we lived with my Aunt Duke, me and my mama and my cousin named Fred. Now I call Fred Freddie. He was a little mischievous. My Aunt Duke was one of those mothers who believed in discipline and church. We were devout Christians, went to church all the time. I wish I would have said to Aunt Duke, I can't go today, Aunt Duke. We didn't have that. She taught us manners. She taught us respect. She was what we call hard. Sound like we need an Aunt Duke these days. Can I get a witness? Well, my mother died. And as a teenager, I moved to Chicago. Now, I went to Chicago to get a better life.
Yes.
I was hoping that I would be able to pursue my nursing career. but it didn't quite work out that way. I ended up going and becoming a person that worked with laundry and helped with the cleaning of the houses, and I also was a beautician, and believe it or not, I had my own little flower shop.
Wow.
Well, while I was in Chicago, we went to the Greater Salem Baptist Church, where I met the Johnson Singers. Now, the Johnson Singers was a popular group during that time, and I mean, they could sing. I tell you, we used to sing everywhere, funerals, everywhere, revivals. I called myself a fish and bread singer because it took everything I had to keep going.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I met some wonderful people along the way. Now, when I was younger, I loved myself some Bessie Smith and some Ma Rainey.
Oh, yeah.
But Unduke wasn't having that because they sang that circular music. But it was something about the upbeat of that music. So I met Duke Ellington. He played for me, and we went all over the world singing. And then I met Thomas A. Dorsey, who helped me train my voice. I tell you, I've won many, many awards. In 1947, I had a hit song, On My Way Up.
Oh, yes.
On my way, move on up a little higher. And it sold millions and millions of copies. And because it became so popular, I was able to get on television and on the radio stations.
Say what?
I even had a television station myself, gospel television station on CBS. I sang for President John F. Kennedy during his inauguration. Can you believe a poor girl out of New Orleans sang in Carnegie Hall? And then I had the blessed opportunity to walk with my brother, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. On the March in Washington in 1963 and sang for him. I've been buked and I've been scorned. Well, I was so into civil rights because I understood what was going on with our people.
Yes.
My dear friend, Dr. King, in 1968 passed, and I sung at his funeral. I've been all over, Germany, France, Europe, Norway, everywhere, and it's been nobody but God.
Wow.
And my feelings is God used me however you choose.
Oh, yes.
So I thank him today. In 1972, I died. But thank God that the music that he birthed within my soul continues on. I'm going home to live. On my way to the Canaan land. I'm on my way.
On my way
to the Canaan land.
To the Canaan land.
I'm on my way.
On my way.
Oh, to the Canaan land.
To the Canaan land.
Oh, I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah. I'm on my way. Had to pray sometime. But I'm on my way.
On my way.
Had to pray sometime.
But
I'm on my way.
On my way.
Had to pray sometime. I'm on my way.
On my way.
I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah. I'm on my way.
Oh, yes.
Now, if you don't want to go, don't hinder me.
Don't hinder me.
You don't want to go.
Don't want to go.
Don't hinder me.
Don't hinder me.
with my love. Oh, Lord. Oh, thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Let's hear from Mahalia Jackson. Woo! A legacy. Bless you, Lord. My. Sister, I tell you, now what are you doing now?
What?
What are you doing now?
Honey, I'm taking off my stuff.
Well, I tell you, I need to talk to you about something. You know, we've been blessed.
Yes, we have.
We're here today in this beautiful, beautiful edifice.
Yes.
Amongst these beautiful, beautiful people. But you know what, sis? In the midst of all that we have been blessed with, all that our ancestors fought hard, and they continue to fight for us.
Right.
And we thank God for that.
Yes, sir.
Sis, I believe somebody's been talking about me.
Say what? Hold up. Talking about us?
Do you kind
What
of
you
get
talking
upset sometime when people talking about you? Kind of makes you feel bad. Somebody, I believe, in the midst of all our blessings.
What?
Somebody's been scandalizing my name.
Scandalizing our name?
Scandalizing my name.
What?
I don't appreciate that. And I'm going to tell you why. Well, I met my sister just the other day.
Yes.
And I gave her my right hand.
She do.
And as soon as I turned my back,
what?
She scandalized my name.
No.
Now, do you call that a sister?
No.
Do you call that a sister?
No.
Do you call that a sister?
No.
Well, I tell you what, she scandalized my name.
Say what? Well, you're not going to believe this, honey. I met my neighbor.
Your neighbor?
The other day.
Okay.
And I gave him my right hand.
Okay.
But just as soon as I turned my back.
Don't say it.
He scandalized my name.
Are you serious?
Now, do you call that a neighbor?
No.
Do you call that a neighbor?
No.
Do you call that a neighbor? No.
That's right.
He scandalized my name.
Well,
not somebody else.
All righty then.
What?
I met the preacher.
Oh, not the preacher, Lord.
Just a few moments ago.
What?
And I gave him my right hand.
Oh, no. Tell me.
And as soon as I turned my back,
scandalize your name.
Scandalize my name.
Oh, no.
Now, do you call that a preacher?
No.
Do you call that a preacher?
No.
Do you call that a preacher? No. He scandalized my name.
Well, honey, I thought it couldn't get any worse. I met the deacon.
Not the deacon.
The deacon of the church.
Of the church?
The deacon of the church.
The church.
The other day.
Wow.
And I gave him my right hand.
Sis, don't tell me, please.
And
don't.
as soon as I turned my back.
Don't turn your back.
He scandalized my name.
Are you serious?
Now, do you call that a deacon?
No.
Do you call that a deacon?
No.
Do you call that a deacon?
No.
Oh, he scandalized my name.
Now, do you call that religion? No.
Do you call that religion?
No.
Do you call that religion?
He scandalized my name.
He scandalized my name.
He scandalized.
He scandalized my name.
We're good. Fantastic. We have these things called God bumps. Some of y'all call them goosebumps. I call them God bumps. And if all the God bumps on your arms weren't just standing up, I'm going to scandalize your name. So there. No, that was just wonderful. Ladies, thank you so much. So very much. All right. We could not do a celebration of this magnitude without a lot of support. I was looking across and I saw some of my colleagues over here. So as you support the vendors, please come meet my children. I look over there. I've been in TV so long. I feel like they're all my children. So Samir and Camilla and Jonathan, welcome to the Triad and welcome to ABC 45. And we also want to thank our corporate sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be able to do this. So we're going to take just a minute here to thank our sponsors. There we go.
Hi, I'm Byron Pitts of ABC News Nightline. I'd like to welcome everyone to this year's JuneTeenth Festival, brought to you by the Triad Cultural Arts and WXLV ABC 45 Television. JuneTeenth is important to me because we get to celebrate the richness of our diverse nation. Enjoy the event and be sure to tune in to ABC News Nightline every weeknight at 12:35 here on ABC 45.
African American and Latinx businesses don't always have the resources that they need to be successful.
Businesses of color historically have a hard time accessing capital to grow their business.
It was extremely tough. It's always times where I wanted to give up. Having a child as a teenager, being a true single father, I thought that I wasn't going to be able to do anything. But I knew that I still had to create something that was bigger than myself.
I'm committed to providing a solution to the challenges that business owners face. I'm Alan Younger. I'm the director of the Small Business Center. We have educational events, and then we have business mentors. Karen Kuthrow of the Feeling Friends has been a Small Business Center client for years. She applied for the Minority Business Enterprise Grant Program, and she was a recipient for one of those grants.
The Feelings Company teaches children how to identify, express, and manage their feelings. It shows how Innovation Quarter and the ecosystem brings people together to bring resources together. The IQ really feeds into helping Black businesses.
Hustle Winston-Salem is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to inclusive entrepreneurship. We provide resources, classes, mentors.
The vision of the Access Center is just to be a place where we are injecting qualified businesses into our economy. And we understand historically, if you don't have capital, if you don't have the resources, we're here to help you.
I've had the privilege in 2020 of being involved in different grant programs amounting over $900,000. The Entrepreneurial Advisory Board introduced the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Grant Program just last year and supported 21 businesses with over $200,000 of grants.
My hope for future grant programs is just to keep doors open for businesses.
It's really amazing to have all of these resources just right here. I founded OnceLogix about 15 years ago. OnceLogix is a tech company. The majority of our customers are actually Black-owned businesses themselves. The most successful people in the world can take those disadvantages and somehow use them as fuel to be advantages.
Let's get our community more inclusive from an entrepreneurial lens, and then we don't have to have hustle. Like, if hustle is successful when we don't have to exist anymore.
Some businesses may need help with capital. Some businesses may need help finding business opportunities.
If people don't see leaders that look like them, they're not coming. When you think about the younger generation as well, it gives them an opportunity to believe that they can strive for something.
Right here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, if you have an idea, there's resources that are right here, Winston-Salem, downtown, Innovation Quarter, that can help you bring those things to fruition.
Hello everyone, my name is David Mounts and I'm the Chairman and CEO of Inmar Intelligence. And I'm based right here in the heart of the community where trailblazers like Olame Forte showed us all how to create opportunity for those in our communities by entering into entrepreneurial endeavors. On behalf of the entire Inmar Intelligence team, I'm honored to say that we are proud to be a partner with Triad Cultural Arts in celebrating this Juneteenth. We hope you enjoy this special day full of food, music, culture, and education, and most importantly, the strength and hope of those who came before us and who entrusted us to build on the important work that they did in creating opportunity economics. With that, let's get back to today's festivities. Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
I'm sorry. That's why I went up to ask. Okay.
A leader in bringing recognition to Black American history and culture, Triad Cultural Arts provides immersive experiences which preserves, interprets, and exhibits Black heritage. Cultural tours. Get off the beaten path and view some of the city's most treasured historic gems and cultural sites, from slavery to Jim Crow up through the Civil Rights era and present day. Festivals. Annually, Triad Cultural Arts is a proud sponsor of the Juneteenth Festival of the Triad and convenes the citywide Kwanzaa celebration. These experiences are a time of reflection and to take one step closer together to build a culturally competent community. Preservation. Triad Cultural Arts is working to preserve Black cultural landscapes and resources for the education of our children. Want to support our work? Visit triadculturalarts.org.
Okay. Three, two, okay.
All right, we're going to get started again.
I keep blowing my mic, don't I? All right.
We're going to get started again. If I can get everybody to come back to their seats, we'll just get started. You don't hear me?
No. I don't even know if they. I don't know. If, yeah. It's okay.
Not sure.
I can hear my mom. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I wonder if we should do a quick sound check before we get rolling.
For sure.
'Cause I don't know if he's got our
3, 2, yep, got it. All right, everybody, we're going to get started again because this city is so rich in history.
That's true.
And so rich in just the people that have made Winston-Salem the way it is. And we want to talk to some of those. What would you call yourself? You're waymakers. You're public historians, and we're keeping the history. And to talk about the history and talk about it in the right way is just an art. And that is what you all have done. Joining me now, Joel Cook and Ben Masterson, historic interpreters from Old Salem. And as you all know, Old Salem is very rich in the history of African American culture as well.
Right.
So, gentlemen, first of all, tell me what's going on in Old Salem and why it's so important to be here today.
Well, we're doing a ton of research on.
Hold on just a second. Huh? It is okay. We are streaming, but we just have to get you to speak up a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear me now? Is
Yeah,
that better?
I hear you.
That's
You're good.
All right.
You're good.
Okay. So we have the Hidden Town Project, which is the project that I'm responsible for. I'm the education coordinator for Hidden Town. And with that project, we focus specifically on the histories of African and African American people, because we did have both, who were enslaved and free in the town of Salem. So all of that history, we're trying to develop programming, and we have been for the past couple of years to, make sure that we're shedding light on all of those figures, because
Absolutely, and I think you find people stay away because they don't know just all the history that's there and the things that are available. Tell me a little more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something that we're really trying to do with the Hidden Town Project is identify all of the stories and start to shine a light on all of the people that would have been living in Old Salem or in Salem at the time. And start to, thank you so much.
And so we really want to shine a light on all of these black stories and show all the contributions of enslaved and free blacks that would have lived in and around Salem and in the Wachovia. And so everything from, music to clothing to what was grown in the garden, and also the architecture that makes up Old Salem. There was all of this black contribution that we really want to, like I say, shine a light on and tell those stories and bring those stories forefront.
And one of those big stories had to do with construction. Tell us a little about that.
So when you look at the construction of Salem, especially the older structures from the founding years, the late 1700s, most of them involved black people coming in and contributing heavily to those projects. So whether they were, specialized craftsmen or whether they were people who were responsible for delivering the supplies that were going to create a lot of the structures that are in Salem, there were black fingerprints all over everything in that town. If you go there today and you look at like the brick church from 1860, the brick church, you can still see the fingerprints of enslaved people who constructed that.
Wow.
And then you can see the same thing with a lot of the roof tiles in Salem, where the fingerprints, they were made by hand. So you have these enslaved people who are required to draw all of the drainage, for these shingles, and you can still see that today on original shingles around Salem.
So it's the craftsmanship, it's the energy, it's so many things. Let's see the video. There's a video. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
The 18th century Moravians had always planned to build a congregational town in the backcountry Piedmont of North Carolina to serve as a spiritual and trade center. In 1766, after consulting the lot, a box with slips of paper listing yes, no, and maybe, the congregants began the enormous undertaking of constructing the town of Salem. Frederick William Marshall called it an extraordinary affair, which I would not have undertaken had the Savior himself not ordered it. Outside carpenters, brickmakers, masons, and other craft makers, including free and enslaved black workers, were hired, rented, or purchased for the construction of the town. In fact, enslaved and free black craftsmen played a formidable role in the building of the town of Salem. The Congregational Council stated in 1780, nevertheless, the need for them cutting wood to make bricks and roof tiles or for general construction work in the community has often arisen. Today, we can walk around the town of Salem and see these historic buildings. As you look at the massive timbers, the thousands upon thousands of bricks, and the handmade roof tiles, you can imagine the exhaustive labor that went into constructing this town. With every swing of the axe and kneading of the clay, these builders left small clues as to how they were made and even who made them. The bricks and roof tiles we have from the 18th century aren't quite that technologically advanced, but they are still a testament to the stories of the black people, free and enslaved, who made them. In November 1776, the Elders Conference wanted 10,000 bricks and 20,000 tiles made. Brother Reuter will ask Cornelius Sale whether he would like to take over that work this winter and would have his enslaved man cut the wood and dig the clay. This is the Single Brothers house, built in 1769 with a wood frame using mortise and tenons, filled in with bricks and roofed with clay tiles. This roof tile is over 200 years old, and we can see how the person who made it used their fingers to make these parallel grooves for rainwater to run down. The Single Brothers workshop was also built using flat-hewn timbers, but it was put together with dovetails. Dovetails are alternating trapezoidal prisms. Enslaved people could become congregants in the Moravian church, which gave them more standing in the town. Although they were considered spiritual equals, they were still enslaved people and did not have the same rights as the Moravians in the community. As the Civil War drew nearer and whites became more concerned about the potential for black Moravians rebelling and self-emancipating, black people were excluded from worshiping in the same churches as the whites. This log church, constructed in 1823, is a reproduction of the original structure that was created for the black Moravians. The trees would have been felled in the woods using a two-man crosscut saw, bucked to length with the same type of saw, hewn square with an axe, loaded onto sleds and wagons, and then pulled by a team of horses, possibly driven by an enslaved teamster like Jacob or Johann Samuel, back to the building site. To turn the logs from cylindrical prisms into squares and rectangular prisms, like we saw at the Single Brothers house, we must first start by making one side a flat plane, and then we hew the second one perpendicular to that and continue all the way around the log until all four sides are perpendicular or parallel to the others. For the log church, only the inside and outside faces of the logs need to be hewn parallel to the others. Here at the building site, the ends of the timbers would have been shaped into alternating triangles to form steeple notches that would lock the pieces together like a puzzle, while allowing rain to run off the cuts to keep them from rotting.
Right next door is St. Philip's Moravian Church, completed in 1861 to replace the log church. It is the oldest African American church standing in North Carolina. It was here in 1865 that the congregation first heard the announcement of their emancipation from a Union Army cavalry chaplain. As we look across its vast brickwork, we can find many fingerprints, possibly by some parishioners who worship within these walls.
Here's a brick mold from our collection that would have been used around the same time as the construction of this church, and could have been used in making the bricks in this church itself. Let's take our reproduction brick mold and make some bricks. After the clay was molded into these rectangular prisms, they would have been laid to dry in the sun for several days, and then stacked to form huge ovens or kilns that would have been fired for several more days to be hardened for construction. So you can see in this brick the fingerprints that probably would have belonged to an enslaved person. Imagine how long and hard the workdays would have been for these enslaved builders, and the skill they must have had to use only the technology of the time to clear the land and shape these raw materials into these beautiful buildings. Here in front of St. Philip's Church is the graveyard dating back to 1775 that holds many of Salem's black residents and likely holds a number of people who participated in the building of this town. All of them were a part of the daily life and development of this little town in the Piedmont backcountry of North Carolina that still stands strong today. The next time you visit Old Salem, read the names in front of St. Philip's Church. Put your fingers in the fingerprints on the bricks. Run your hands along the axe-hewn timbers and think of the contributions and the stories of the people that played a part in building this town.
That's pretty amazing stuff. I mean, I don't think people realize what's in the backyard, the things that they can see, and what we have to learn. You know, it's we think about today, but we don't think about yesterday and how yesterday got us here. So parting things you'd want people to know and think about when they thought about Old Salem and the African American experience there.
So what are some of the things? Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, it's just to not forget. That's always really important to me because I have ancestors who contributed pretty heavily. I'm from Fayetteville. My ancestors contributed heavily to the construction of that town too, but I don't have a place where I can go and say they built this. You know, I don't have that. But here, direct descendants from here can come to Old Salem and say, these are my ancestors' fingerprints. So I want them to be able to come in and see that and spend time there because it's, you know, it's their site too.
Come and celebrate not just today, but every day.
Exactly.
And hours at Old Salem. If people want to come visit, tell me how they can come visit.
Well, right now we're slowly reopening, and we've been open in a virtual world for quite a while. But we've got the Winkler Bakery back open right now. Mazda is currently opening up, or is currently open, and the Visitor Center is going to be open in just a quick minute as well. And then beyond that, we're looking to open one other building. But please come through the site anyways, because we have a self-guided tour called Salem Pathways. Mm-hmm. And really, as we strive to tell a more comprehensive story about the history of Salem, more inclusive and comprehensive, we're casting a wider light on not only the African-American story, but also the Indigenous American story as well. So if you're interested in coming through the district, it's just a little app you can download on your phone. And there are all of these stops where you can get a map and you can get a little bit of information and navigate your way through the town to try to get a better understanding of this really complex history. And something I want to add too is, like, history certainly isn't a stationary thing. You know, it's not something that happened back in the 18th century or 19th century. It's something that continues to evolve, and the story evolves all the time. And it really is our job to try to keep that story evolving. And as we do more research, we discover new things about the stories we've been telling a certain way for a long time as well.
Absolutely. And to see history comprehensive, cohesive, inclusive, all of those things is a wonderful step forward. Ben and Joel, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for sharing history. And thank you for being a part of history. For all of you all, thank you for being a part of this history. All right, we're going to set up for our next entertainment, so don't move. We'll still be here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Music is such a huge and integral part of all of our experiences, but especially the African American experience. And with me now, we have Rachel Watson, Senior Director of Education, Engagement, and Inclusion, and Assistant, you got a big title, and Assistant Conductor, that is, for Premier Strings and Chamber Sinfonia, I said it right, ensembles with the Winston-Salem Symphony. So, you've been working on a major project, and you're here to tell us about that. Welcome, first of all, and tell us about the project.
Thank you so much. So the Winston-Salem Symphony is working on the story of Joseph Boulogne, also known as Chevalier de Saint George. And a little bit about that, we are really excited because today our students that we have here are members of the Winston-Salem Symphony Youth Orchestra program. And we also have students, a student that is also involved in our Piedmont Learning Academy for Youth Play Music program. Today we're going to be performing the music of Joseph Boulogne, who is the Chevalier de Saint George. And Joseph Boulogne, the piece that you're going to hear today, is the first movement of Symphony No. 2. And what the amazing thing about Joseph Boulogne is that he was a virtuoso violinist, fantastic conductor, composer, fencer, and a crusader against slavery. And Joseph Boulogne, of mixed race, is just part of what we're telling our story. It's a story we're telling. We're telling his story, right, which history has kind of swept his story under the rug because of race. Mm-hmm. And so we, as the symphony, are going to be putting on a production in September.
Fantastic.
Called It's a Play with Music. It's Chevalier, his life and story. And you can find more information about that at our Winston-Salem Symphony website.
I want to hear the music. Definitely want to hear the music. Mm-hmm. I also want to know the importance of starting youngsters so young and getting them involved in music education.
Oh, so much. So it's more about, not just the music, right? We're not just teaching them to play music, but it's more than that. It's working together as a team. It's we're teaching the whole child. We are helping to raise wonderful human beings and citizens and leaders, future leaders. And they are fantastic. So yes, we love starting them young and giving them that experience of music at a young age.
All right, so we want to hear you, but we want to take a look at an excerpt from the Chevalier, A Voice to be Heard.
Sure.
How does one of the most accomplished men in European history become forgotten? Joseph Boulogne, Chevalier of Saint George, virtuoso violinist, master composer, best fencer in Europe, crusader against slavery, and general of the first black regiment in military history. His story must be told, and perhaps his time is now. We're recording this music in October 2020, but it's not the only time this season that we're going to be playing the music of Joseph Boulogne. Throughout this year, he's going to be a focus of our work.
He was a man who represented the epitome of black excellence. So I think it's only fitting that we introduce his story, his music, at a place that is globally recognized as Black Theater Holy Ground.
My play, The Chevalier, which we are workshopping here in North Carolina with the Winston-Salem Symphony and the National Black Theater Festival, explores the very nature of equality, never more relevant than now, and how I believe after studying his scores that Saint George was coding equality into his music. 250 years ago.
It's amazing that St. George chooses to have this feeling of equality in the multiple parts that he writes in his music. When you think about a virtuoso violinist like Paganini, the virtuosity is the selfishness that he advertises for himself. But in the case of St. George, he balances out the virtuosity with the diplomacy, and I think it really describes his personality quite well.
And because this subject matter is so pertinent, so relevant, because Joseph Boulogne speaks to us from 2 centuries ago, we've also invited Authoring Action to work with their young writers to create a piece of drama that speaks to people today.
If we look at the play, and you look at Chevalier's life, what we have is a storm that is never settled. If you can imagine a creature that celebrates the conditions under which he was able to proliferate, but at the same token, where he was hidden.
And it gives us an opportunity to experience history in a way that encourages us to continue to move forward and do this work. We're going to do that with the words and the themes in the Chevalier Project: freedom versus fear, art versus advocacy. Am I an artist? Am I an advocate? Am I both? Is there some intersectionality within my identity because of who I am? In Authoring Action. And I believe that's what's going to intrigue my colleagues the most, because we get to experience all of us in history and in the present time.
My fascination with the Chevalier of Saint-Georges began with a historical footnote that he was actually roommates with Mozart in 1778 in Paris. Saint-Georges was 10 years his senior and was helping Mozart navigate the rough terrain trying to find a job. Mozart's mother had just died, and this relationship started a love affair with these two characters and with Saint-Georges' entire life. At the same time, he becomes Marie Antoinette's private music teacher, and they develop a long-standing friendship that spans from 1777, 1778, all the way up through the French Revolution, when the politics of the revolution completely takes over Paris and the rest of Europe.
The music of St. George, I kind of view it as a more playful Haydn in a way. There's this element of this kind of royal and grand but reserved man. But at the same time, he knows how to let loose, and he's always joking, he's always emoting throughout all his pieces. And I think the more that the interpretation can kind of lean into those characters, the more successful St. George's personality really comes through.
I think that's what's going to be inspiring the most, is that we're going to learn that history, with all its differences, it still has a lot that connects to who we are as a people today.
absolutely fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And guys, I want to give them another round of applause because our children are what are going to make the difference in our world. No matter what we do today, these are the folks that are going to make a difference. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And for their instructors who look like they're 12 too. That's all I'm saying. All right. Now, if you'd like to know more about Music Connects and what these young people are doing and where they are performing, especially the Chevalier, a Play with Music, September 11th, September 12th, we've got concerts coming up. And right here in the corner, there are flyers. So you guys will have all the dates and times. So please make sure you pick up a flyer, support our young people because they definitely support us. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And if you miss your flyer, you may not have mine. I'm just saying. All right. Again, we want to thank all of our sponsors while we're setting up for our next groups here. We want to thank all of our sponsors, and we have another video that will just kind of spotlight some of the people. And I truly believe that we need to support the people that are supporting us. So pay attention to these businesses who have dedicated time, money, volunteers, all of that to make this happen for your presence.
JuneTeenth, the nation's oldest celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in America. Hi, I'm Anita, the owner of Dignity Justified, a business initiative that uses art and artifacts, ideas, and individuals to have conversation about African American culture and history. I'm honored to be a part of this year's JuneTeenth celebration, and I brought along an artifact from the collection. It is here to help us to think about the struggle for freedom and to also note the importance of the celebration of freedom. It is a United States Colored Troop muster roll for the 41st Regiment, Company B. A muster roll indicates when men enlisted as well as when they were discharged. I'll come back to this muster roll. This is a newspaper from 1863. It is on January the 1st of 1863 that Lincoln officially announces his Emancipation Proclamation, which said that all slaves that are in states at war with the Union are free. It also includes a provision calling for the recruitment of black men into the Union forces. Newspapers of the day printed the Emancipation Proclamation, and they also often included visuals. In this case, it shows the past, slavery, and that horrible institution. And it also has pictures about what opportunities then were for those free persons with the Emancipation Proclamation. There's a heavy emphasis on public education. A person who's perfectly poised to discuss slavery and the hope for the future is Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is a leading spokesperson for the anti-slavery movement. He also owns his very own newspaper, the North Star. In addition to being an outstanding orator, he has spoken in England, has spoken in Ireland. He goes on to speak about this call and this recruitment for men to join. He prints broadsides, which were big banners, and they said, "Men of color to arms now or never," because he believed that if they fought in this war, there would be no force on earth or under the earth that could deny their citizenship rights. Two of Douglass's sons, Charles and Lewis, also joined in to fight. They're part of the legendary 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Regiment, which was the first all-black military unit raised by the North during the Civil War. Others joined too. Over 180,000 men sign up. 19,000 joined the Navy. Women cannot join, however, they do serve as scouts, as spies, and as nurses, the most legendary, of course, being Harriet Tubman. This is a poster from a book by the author and poet, Carol Boston Weatherford. The illustrations are by Kadir Nelson. I'm going back to my muster roll. Sometimes muster rolls are contained inside envelopes like this, and they have clear, succinct information about the service. This muster roll has name after name of those gallant men in that 41st Regiment, Company B, who served a full listing of names, and halfway along the back, and I found out that these men were in Appomattox from April the 3rd until April the 9th. They were in Appomattox, Virginia. And they were a part of what was called an Appomattox campaign. And that says that when General Grant accepted the unconditional surrender of General Lee, these men were present. From Virginia, they move on to Texas. And that's how we get to Gordon, General Gordon Granger, and Texas. 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, he goes to Texas to announce on June 19th of 1865 that all persons are free. All slaves are free. There's an important celebration. People are jubilant. They look for family and friends. And we're told that the first official celebration, which was called Emancipation Day, was held June 19th, 1866. There was gospel singing, friendship, fellowship. People were so excited about what the opportunities moving forward would be because freedom is everything. Here's an example of an early celebration. This one takes place in Brenham, Texas, and this is 1891. And it says the second day of the Emancipation celebration at the fairgrounds in this city Saturday was better attended than the first. In fact, the most interesting features of the celebration were reserved for Saturday evening. Then it goes on to say, there were not so many colored people in the city as usual on Saturday evening. All of them very near being out at the JuneTeenth celebration. Okay, 1891, we hear Emancipation celebration and JuneTeenth celebration. There are many who believe that it branched out into the 19th or the JuneTeenth because there were people who wanted to emphasize the importance of voting. I brought this art along because I love the movement and it makes me think about JuneTeenth and freedom. The younger person is walking with all of his belongings tossed over his shoulder. He's engaged with conversation with the older gentleman. The younger person has a U.S. military belt buckle, and the older gentleman is walking with a book. I interpreted that to say the struggle for freedom was hoped for and prayed for. It was also fought for. And that's JuneTeenth. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Byron Pitts of ABC News Nightline. I'd like to welcome everyone to this year's JuneTeenth Festival, brought to you by the Triad Cultural Arts and WXLV ABC 45 Television. JuneTeenth is important to me because we get to celebrate the richness of our diverse nation. Enjoy the event and be sure to tune in to ABC News Nightline every weeknight at 12:35 here on ABC 45.
African American and Latinx businesses don't always have the resources that they need to be successful.
Businesses of color historically have a hard time accessing capital to grow their business.
It was extremely tough. It's always times where I wanted to give up. Having a child as a teenager, being a true single father, I thought that I wasn't going to be able to do anything. But I knew that I still had to create something that was bigger than myself.
I'm committed to providing a solution to the challenges that business owners face. I'm Alan Younger. I'm the director of the Small Business Center. We have educational events, and then we have business mentors. Karen Kuthrow of the Feeling Friends has been a Small Business Center client for years. She applied for the Minority Business Enterprise Grant Program, and she was a recipient for one of those grants.
The Feelings Company teaches children how to identify, express, and manage their feelings. It shows how Innovation Quarter and the ecosystem brings people together to bring resources together. The IQ really feeds into helping Black businesses.
Hustle Winston-Salem is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to inclusive entrepreneurship. We provide resources, classes, mentors.
The vision of the Access Center is just to be a place where we are injecting qualified businesses into our economy. And we understand historically, if you don't have capital, if you don't have the resources, we're here to help you.
I've had the privilege in 2020 of being involved in different grant programs amounting over $900,000. The Entrepreneurial Advisory Board introduced the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Grant Program just last year and supported 21 businesses with over $200,000 of grants.
My hope for future grant programs is just to keep doors open for businesses.
It's really amazing to have all of these resources just right here. I founded OnceLogix about 15 years ago. OnceLogix is a tech company. The majority of our customers are actually Black-owned businesses themselves. The most successful people in the world can take those disadvantages and somehow use them as fuel to be advantages.
Let's get our community more inclusive from an entrepreneurial lens, and then we don't have to have hustle. If hustle is successful when we don't have to exist anymore.
Some businesses may need help with capital. Some businesses may need help finding business opportunities.
If people don't see leaders that look like them, they're not coming. When you think about the younger generation as well, it gives them an opportunity to believe that they can strive for something.
Right here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, if you have an idea, there's resources that are right here, Winston-Salem, downtown, Innovation Quarter, that can help you bring those things to fruition.
Economics, health, wealth, all of it ties in. All of it ties in. So I am honored right now, very pleased and very honored to present our expert health panel, healthcare professionals, for a panel discussion on Black skincare, heart health, and maintaining emotional well-being. Because anybody who thought about last year just says, ugh. So, and we had to survive it, and thanks to all of you all for what you do to get us through that. Let me introduce you to our moderator for this panel, Dr. Brenda Latham Sadler of Wake Forest Baptist Health. Dr. Sadler, I'm turning it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I have to tell you, I'm struggling under the weight of this moment. This is heavy. This is thinking about the significance of Juneteenth, especially after the recognition this week as a federal holiday. I read somewhere that said that Juneteenth was just symbolic. That is true. But it's what it symbolizes. It symbolizes what Dr. Maya Angelou called the dream of the slave. It symbolizes what Dr. Martin Luther King called the promised land. So this is very heavy as we celebrate, as we think about our ancestors whose blood, sweat, and tears seasoned, fertilized, tilled, and made possible so much in this country. I want to thank the sponsors for giving us the opportunity. I want to talk about the significance of this. Juneteenth, 1865, in Galveston, Texas, the last known community to find out about freedom. But right here in Salem, North Carolina, only 1 month earlier, on May the 21st, 1865, the message was delivered to slaves, to people who did not know they had officially been freed 2.5 years earlier. In this place where we stand today, in this zip code 27101, this land that traditionally was owned by black people in Winston-Salem. There's rich history here in Winston-Salem, but there's also significant health disparities. There are challenges and barriers based on social determinants of health. In this zip code, in this place, nearly 25% of the adults in this zip code do not have health insurance. 42.7% of the children in this zip code live below the poverty line. 45% of the homes are led by a single parent. That's compared to 31% in the rest of Forsyth County. And this is something I found out this last year that was a very sobering thought. Winston-Salem's poverty rate is almost twice the national average. And in 2015, a study out of Harvard by Dr. Rod Shetty, remember now, 42% of the children live below the poverty line. But Dr. Rod Shetty's study out of Harvard in 2015 found that children born into poverty in Forsyth County have the lowest rate of upward mobility than in any other county in the entire United States. That does not mean that we have the highest poverty rate, but it means that a child born into poverty in this county and this city is more likely to remain in poverty for their entire life than any other place in the country. More than the Bronx, New York, where we know there are great disparities. More than Appalachia. More than any other place. The only exception is on an Indian reservation. And then when we think about the poverty rate, we have to think about the health and well-being of those people living below the poverty line. And it's not for lack of providers in this city. We have, for each primary care doctor, only 871 patients. That's pretty good odds compared to the rest of the country. We have 335 to 1 mental health providers. Dentists don't do so well. There's one dentist for 1,606 people in Forsyth County. All of these providers, however, have decreased in numbers over the last year. Why is this important? If we don't have providers, we don't have health. Another sobering fact that in spite of being about 13% of the population, only 5% of the doctors are black, 5.8% are Hispanic, and the numbers for Native American is less than 1%. You build in the need for providers who are culturally aware and competent, the low numbers of diversity in health care, and we can understand why there is some of the health disparities. But we have a panel today that will help us break down some of these things and to give you advice on how you can do a better job of caring for yourself. We have joining us today as the goals for our panel to share information on how to maintain and improve physical and mental health, and to encourage the exploration of health-related careers, because we need you. We need more people taking care of ourselves. We have Dr. Rochelle Toole, who's the Chief Resident in Dermatology at Wake Forest Baptist Health. And I will dare say that probably less than 1% of the dermatologists in the country are black. Dr. Toole can correct that, because I'm just pulling that out of my head. We have also Dr. Jamie Ard, Professor of Epidemiology and Prevention at Wake Forest School of Medicine, and the co-director of Wake Forest Baptist Health Weight Management Center, and the medical director for Wake Forest Baptist Health Weight Loss Program. And he has helped a lot of my patients. I did not tell you, I'm a primary care doctor, I'm a family medicine doctor, and I've had the privilege of taking care of patients in Winston-Salem for over 30 years, and I say that with a lot of humility. I appreciate my patients. They make me the doctor that I am. We also have joining us today Ms. Leslie Stevens, a licensed clinical mental health counselor. And after this last year, I think we all could use some adjustments in our mental health. So with that, we're gonna answer some questions and then take some questions from the audience. First question I'd like to ask each of our panelists: why did you choose your particular field in healthcare, and what is the focus of your work? Dr. Toole?
Yes, thank you. My name is Rochelle Tull. I am a chief resident in the dermatology department here at Wake Forest, and I chose dermatology because it encompasses all that I love about medicine. We manage a lot of cutaneous and systemic diseases. We also have a strong procedural component, which I love, and we also know pathology. And so the fact that the organ I am interested in is so easily accessible, I can examine the patient, take a biopsy, look under the microscope, and what I see really drives treatment is very satisfying for me. I also get to evaluate patients of all age ranges, from babies to grandparents. And I also, a lot of systemic conditions first appear in the skin. And so these patients come to dermatology, we get to diagnose these patients, and then we get to collaborate with the wonderful physicians in other specialties, including rheumatology, oncology, infectious disease, and others. And so for all these reasons is why I chose to pursue dermatology for my life's work.
And the focus of your practice?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Latham Sadler. I am particularly interested in cutaneous carcinomas, or skin cancers, and especially when they occur in minority populations and Black populations, because that is associated with poor outcomes. And so that's my particular area of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ard?
So, thank you. My name is Jamie Ard. I am a physician. Should be coming on. There we go. So, as Dr. Latham Sadler introduced me, I do obesity medicine. And what that means is we help people lose weight. We help people lose weight and keep it off, and we focus on using the tools that we have with our team of different specialists, including medicine, surgical, dietitians, exercise physiologists, health behaviorists, psychologists. All of us work together as a team to help our patients lose weight. And the reason I went into this field is because when I was in medical school, I thought, well, I want to go to medical school to help people, and I want to see something happen quickly. And I'd like to be able to, go in and help a person and fix a problem and, move on to the next thing. And all the things that I was learning about in medical school, like high blood pressure and diabetes and heart disease and high cholesterol, the first thing they would tell us to do is, well, talk to your patient about losing weight, being more physically active, a healthy diet. And then they wouldn't say anything else. And I was like, well, what else are we supposed to say besides that? And fortunately, I had a chance to work with some people who were actually doing that. And I learned a lot about the idea of, well, you can help people change their lives by eating healthier, being more physically active, losing weight. And this was in the early 90s, and it was just at the beginning of what we know now as the obesity epidemic. People were starting to gain weight, and we were starting to pay attention more clinically and understanding that that excess weight that people were gaining is leading to lots of problems that are preventable. And so I became interested in saying, well, maybe I can use those tools to help patients. And in particular, I became interested in working with African Americans because I felt like a lot of the things that might be accessible in terms of nutrition and nutrition education often weren't in the right cultural context. Being able to change what you eat is one thing, but being able to change it in a way that's still recognizable is another thing. And doing it in a way that you feel comfortable doing it around your friends and family and explaining to your friends and family what it is that you're doing and that you're losing weight and you're not sick, right? You're doing it because you want to do this on purpose and that this is going to help you prevent the diabetes that everybody else has. That was exciting to me. So I started doing research in this area, and that has become a lifelong passion of mine, and I'm fortunate that I've been able to bring that to Wake Forest and help patients of Dr. Sadler, Latham Sadler's, and others who've been really great to work with.
Thank you so much, Dr. Art. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So many of my patients have benefited from you. But you know, we deal with the cultural aspect of being voluptuous and plump. And my mother, her whole life, told me I was too skinny. My whole life, she would tell me, you are too skinny. Nobody likes a bone but a dog. And so I've tried to help her understand why I work to keep my weight down. I shared with Dr. Ard earlier that I lost 15 pounds during COVID, and I've gained 10 of them back. So I got to get back to being very focused. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Ms. Stevens?
Hello, I am Leslie Stevens. I am a licensed clinical mental health counselor. I am a private practice owner. I own Congruence Counseling Group in Carrboro, North Carolina. And I got into the mental health profession because I love to help people. And like Dr. Ard, I'm a direct impact person. I love to be able to troubleshoot and problem solve and help someone feel better that self-same day. So when I got into the profession, it felt like home. I felt like it was a natural flow with me to be able to sit with my clients, to have empathy, to support them, to bear witness to their pain and trauma, to not judge them, and to give them a safe space to effect change. And that's what I do every day. I give my clients a safe space to effect change. And then when they are able to work on their mental health, they in turn have a better physical health. Better emotional health leads to better spiritual health. Better emotional health leads to them impacting their environment and families in positive ways. So I also love the trickle-down effect. When I work with one client, I'm essentially helping their whole family, and I'm helping their community, and I'm helping their workplace. I'm helping everyone that they come into contact with. When you're healthy mentally, you can be healthy in every other aspect of your life. I work with clients primarily dealing with anxiety, depression, perfectionism, trauma, grief and loss, and life transition. And as we talked about, this year was full of all of that. And so our numbers have certainly increased. And I'm thankful that I get to do this work, that I can truly say that I save lives by helping people with their mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Yes, you do. So as a healthcare professional in the Black community, I'm challenged by my patients sometimes when I suggest that they see one of our therapists. So how should we break down that barrier to getting mental health in the Black community?
Unfortunately, there's still such a stigma with mental health in the Black community. Our grandparents may not have believed in it, and it might be something that you do when you're crazy. But we have to continue to educate one another that is not the case. All of us can benefit from good mental health. When we call our friends or our family or our clergy members, we're seeking out mental health services. We want to talk about our problems. We want to talk about them to safe people. So breaking that down, saying like, we talk to people every single day. Why not talk to a professional who's equipped with tools that can help you and really challenge your thinking and walk alongside you so that you can affect the change that you need. And again, encouraging them that if they take care of their mental health, a lot of other things will fall into place really well.
Thank you so much. I definitely know that's true. So I know that you're not working in Winston-Salem, so I'll ask this question of you, Ms. Stevens. What attracted you to the community that you work with?
There aren't many Black and brown people in Carrboro, North Carolina, in comparison to the larger population of people. So I was attracted because I want to serve the population of Black and brown people in Carrboro, North Carolina. I see people of all races and ethnicities, but I think people should have quality mental health care for people who
what do you like best about the community in which you live and work? What do you like best about your community? Thank you. Dr. Ard, what attracted you to Winston-Salem, and what do you like best about living here?
Well, for me, I guess I now have lived in North Carolina longer than I've lived anywhere else. I'm actually originally from Louisiana, and I went to a school up the road for medical school at Duke, and spent 10 years in Durham, and really sort of fell in love with North Carolina there. But in the interim, I was in Birmingham at UAB on faculty, and the opportunity came up to actually come here to be a part of the weight management team here, because Dr. Fernandez and I were classmates at Duke, and so that piqued my interest. I knew about Wake Forest just from colleagues and the reputation that the school has, and so coming here and meeting people on faculty in the community, feeling like this could be a good place to raise a family, because we had a couple of young kids on our hands at the time. And so my wife and I decided, yeah, this could be a place that we could call home and put down some roots. And I think, I've been, extremely pleased to be here, happy to be here, because I feel like there are certainly plenty of opportunities, and all the things that you talked about as challenges are opportunities for us to engage and help and change that, right? And being in a place where everything is great is one thing and nice, but being in a place where you can have an impact and hopefully see something change. And as I've learned about the community over time, it's been important to say, yeah, this is a place that we can be.
So that's what you like about being here.
So, yeah, I like being here just because I think it's, where else can you come into a place like this, and everywhere you go, you see somebody you know, you see your patients, they are concerned about what they're eating when you're out, those types of things. But it's so fun, it's nice, it feels, I'm a small town kind of person. I grew up in Grambling, Louisiana. That's a small black college, historically black college town. And so it just reminds me of home.
Yes, I've seen about 10 of my patients today. Dr. Toole, what attracted you to Winston-Salem, and what do you like best about it?
So I was brought to Winston-Salem by and large by the efforts of this wonderful lady, Dr. Latham Sadler. I came as a part of the post-baccalaureate program which Dr. Latham Sadler ran, and I matriculated into medical school at Wake Forest and then stayed here for training in the dermatology department. So it was really the mentors and these strong black women, Dr. Latham Sadler and Dr. Amy McMichael, who is the chair of my department, that provided opportunity and helped me to grow and trained me and have helped me become the physician I am today.
Thank you. So, Dr. Toole talks about the post-baccalaureate program. That's a program that we have at our medical school that's been in existence since 1987, and it is designed to help prepare students from disadvantaged backgrounds, educationally disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged, to prepare for medical school, matriculate into medical school, and to mentor them through their journey, because, as we've already noted, we need more black and brown doctors. Dr. Toole also talked about Dr. Amy McMichael. Dr. McMichael is a black dermatologist in Winston-Salem, and I dare say, I think she is still the only black female dermatologist who chairs a department of dermatology in the entire country. So we're very blessed to have her in Winston-Salem and at Wake Forest. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. She's amazing. So the next question, Tell us some of the myths or bad advice that we all hear and should ignore. We'll start back with you, Ms. Stevens. Some of the myths or bad advice that we all hear or get, and we should ignore it.
Step on some toes here, okay? The second thing is I'm just big bone, okay? Now, I can appreciate that black women and black men, we like different body sizes, and that's fine. I'm not saying that you have to be stick thin, and you don't even have to be quote unquote in the normal BMI range. But if you got diabetes and you got high blood pressure and you got bad knees and a bad back, you can't be heavy. That's not helping. That's not helping. You don't have to be thin, but you can't be heavy with all those health problems. Because if you can lose weight, that's going to help you. And so don't get yourself all hung up about BMI or body mass index. It's just a tool to screen people. And listen to your doctor when they start talking to you about your weight is affecting your health. You don't have to be skinny, but you can be healthy.
I will tell you, a lot of doctors do not talk to their patients about their weight.
Yes.
A lot of doctors do not talk to their patients about their weight. So if your doctor doesn't bring it up, you might want to mention, I know I'm big bone and I need to lose some weight.
Yes.
But this is really important. When we recommend that you lose weight, it's not just about looking good. It's about feeling good and it's about being healthy. But a lot of times doctors do not mention it because we don't want to make our patients mad.
That's right.
A lot of my patients leave my office mad, but that's okay. They come back. Dr. Toole?
I would say two pretty prevalent misconceptions or beliefs that I come across are that, number one, Black people never get skin cancer, which is absolutely not true. We definitely are wonderfully melanin-rich skin. We have innate sun protective factor, or SPF, that little acronym you see on the sunscreen bottle. We have an inherent SPF of 10 to 15 because we have so much melanin, which is wonderful. But there are certain skin cancers that are not necessarily due to exuberant amounts of ultraviolet radiation or UV radiation from the sun. And so, especially in patients who may be immunocompromised, whether it's from having an organ transplant or HIV, you have an increased risk of developing human papillomavirus, and there are certain HPV types that can lead to a type of skin cancer called squamous cell carcinoma, specifically HPV types 6, 11, 16, 18. And so, and then also, patients who have chronic inflammatory conditions such as discoid lupus or another condition called hidradenitis suppurativa, where patients may have chronic ulcers and scarring in the axilla or in the groin. Those conditions can lead to squamous cell carcinomas as well, and when they do occur in that setting, they have a higher risk of metastasizing or spreading elsewhere. And so it is important to take pride in our richly melanated skin and the fact that it protects us, but it's important to also know the risk factors that can lead to skin cancer and the fact that this can occur in our community, in our population. And then the second misconception I come across is the fact that Black people don't need to wear sunscreen. And so the thought is that we don't get skin cancer, so sunscreen is of no benefit. And to that, I say that, yes, we do have wonderful protection that is innate to our skin, but we can also develop photoaging. And what happens with photoaging is that the UV radiation causes the pigment-producing cells, the melanocytes in our skin, to become hyperactive and produce more pigment. And so you can develop melasma, where you get these darker patches on your face, across your forehead. Children can develop freckling that worsens in the summer and fades in the winter. And then adults can develop a skin lesion called a solar lentigo, which can appear in sun-exposed skin and persist throughout life. And so to prevent photoaging, it's very important to wear sunscreen on a daily basis and to incorporate that into your regular regimen.
Thank you. So I had a conversation with Dr. McMichael yesterday about an article I read of a young Black woman aged 23 diagnosed with melanoma and then recurred at age 28. So Black people do get skin cancers of all types, and if you see your doctor and you say, I need to be checked for skin cancer, push the issue. Do not let them say, oh, you don't have to worry about it because you're Black, because we know that's not true. The next question, I'm going to combine the next two questions, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience if we have time. So the next two questions are, and we can start back with you, Dr. Toole. I think you've answered most of this. What are some of the things that you can do to look good and feel good? And what is the one most important thing that you would recommend that everyone should do?
Yeah, so healthy skin, clear skin helps you to feel good and helps you to look good. And so I would say prevention is key. I always tell my patients you want to use a gentle skincare regimen where you're avoiding harsh fragrances, harsh dyes that are very irritating. And then, as I mentioned before, incorporating a sunscreen that is SPF 30 or higher that says broad spectrum, so it protects against UVA and UVB ultraviolet radiation. And also knowing that if you're going to be outside for a long period of time, it's important to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours if possible. And also look for water resistance, because that allows the sunscreen to stay on your skin longer and prevents it from running off if you sweat. So those are all sort of tips you can use to maintain your skin so it stays nice and healthy and avoid developing conditions such as melasma that are very prevalent in our community.
Can you also remind us not to scrub our skin? Because we seem to think that if we scrub it, it'll be healthier, cleaner, and better, and actually makes things worse.
Gentle is definitely better.
Thank you. Dr. Ard, what should we all do to look better or look good and feel good, and the one thing we definitely should do?
All right, so there's no rocket science here. Keep it simple. Eat fruits and vegetables, eat them as plainly as you possibly can, and monitor how much you're eating. So if you feel like at the end of a meal you are stuffed, you've probably eaten about 50% too much. you should feel satisfied at the end of a meal. So not Thanksgiving full, but snack satisfied, okay? Not Thanksgiving full, snack satisfied, okay? The other thing I would recommend that you do is to weigh yourself on a regular basis. You've got a scale in the bathroom, pull it from behind the toilet and step on it on a regular basis. If you prevent yourself from gaining 2 pounds every year, right? Because that's what most of us do, is we gain about 2 pounds every year. From the time you finish high school to the time that you turn 50 or 60, that's a lot of weight. That's a lot of weight. And if you step on that scale every day, you will notice if that weight is going up. If it goes up more than a couple pounds, you should journal. You should write down what you're eating. So if you were spending too much in your bank account and you were overdrafting all the time, what would you do to figure out what you were doing wrong? You would check your account on a regular basis and you would track your spending. The same thing is true when it comes to eating. So you need to track what you're eating. You don't even have to know all the calories, but you start adding those things up, you will start to realize, I'm eating more than I thought I was. Because a lot of my patients say, I don't really eat that much. But let's start talking about what you had to eat yesterday. Oh, well, I had some candy in my drawer and I ate about 3 pieces of that. And then I grabbed a handful of nuts in between this meeting and that meeting. And then when I got home, I had a couple of sodas and then I had some wine with dinner and so forth and so on. But I didn't really eat that much yesterday. And you see, all that starts to add up.
Thank you so much. So I was satisfactorily stuffed last night. Thank you. I did skip the wine, though.
There you go.
Should we weigh at a particular time of day or the same time of day every day?
The best time to weigh is first thing in the morning, empty your bladder. You're probably close to your birthday suit. Step on the scale. That's going to be your lowest weight of the day.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens?
One thing that I often... Can you hear me? Okay. One thing that I often encourage my clients to do is get conscious about what you're thinking about. So take note of your thoughts. Can you hear me? Testing. Testing.
Thank you so much.
Testing.
Did you finish? No. We're having mic issues over here. I'll give you mine.
So one thing that I encourage people to do is get conscious about what you're thinking about. Our thoughts control us. So if you're having negative thoughts, your outlook on life and then the way you behave in life might also be negative. So if you can keep a thought journal about what you're thinking about during the day, you have a good indicator of how your attitude, your disposition, and then your feelings follow based on your thoughts. So when you get a handle on what you're thinking about, identify the negatively charged thoughts and then begin to reframe them and challenge those thoughts. If you can change your thoughts, I believe that you can change your life because you can change how you feel, you can change your attitude, you can change a lot of different things when you get really conscious about what you're thinking about. If you just let your thoughts run away with you, then other mental health issues might come up. It's not only based on your thoughts, but your thoughts are a big factor. So that's one thing that everybody can do. Get a handle on what you're thinking about. We have between 50 and 80,000 thoughts per day. And often we're not conscious and aware of those thoughts. So if you can bring some consciousness into your mind space and what you're thinking about, you can get a handle on more aspects of your health overall.
Thank you so much. So we're out of time, but we're going to take one question from the audience. If there's an audience question, we will take that. But just remember, change your mind, watch what you're eating, don't scrub your skin. And Black people get skin cancer. Any questions from the audience? Yes, there's a question. There's a question right there, and I'll give you my mic.
So, Dr. Latham-Sadler, you mentioned some of the statistics for Winston-Salem, and I was just wondering, how are you all as physicians and mental health counselors trying to make healthcare not necessarily, or in addition to more accessible, more affordable for your patients?
So the question is, as we take care of our patients, how are we working to make healthcare more accessible? So I bug the politicians. I support all the efforts that help people get health care. I make sure that our patients are aware of the resources in the community. We are a very resource-rich community. We are blessed with free clinics, mobile clinics, mental health services. I encourage my patients to look for options where they can get cheaper insurance. So it is an effort. We have a wonderful downtown health plaza where people pay based upon their income, and sometimes they don't pay anything. I encourage my patients to apply for Medicare and Medicaid. They definitely apply for Medicare, but sometimes they don't know that they are eligible for Medicaid. So we just have to stay educated and look for opportunities. I don't know if anyone else has a different answer. Mental health is a little bit more challenging to get coverage. I don't know if you have another.
For mental health, many of us offer a sliding scale. So if someone's not able to pay the full fee, we will reduce that either for a certain number of sessions or as long as they have perhaps their job or don't have a job. And also, too, we are also well resourced with other mental health practices who do pro bono, so flat out free for a certain number of sessions. And two, right, when you have clients and you work closely with them, if anything happens, if there's a lapse in job, we can reduce the time that we see them. We try as best possible to still be able to keep our clients and keep our caseload while also helping them work through the financial stressors.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank my colleagues for making me look good. Thank you for helping me take care of my patients. Thank you for being here today, and thank you guys for your attention.
I have to say, before this panel leaves, look, we ask what's next. We teach those young people down there to become this panel up here. That's how healthcare becomes more accessible, because they see people that are black and brown that look like them, and they are more willing to get away from the stigma and get into the real medicine. So I thank you. I applaud you. I truly appreciate who you are.
And I want to thank Dr. Jamel Demons is right here on the front row. She's one of our gerontologists at Wake Forest Baptist. And
oh, that's my doctor.
So we have doctors in the house.
I want old people. No, and I love that. And I will add, drink more water. It's hot out there. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Y'all were amazing.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are going to keep things going, and we're going to keep them going by talking yoga. Yeah, for me, when I do yoga, it's more like cow tipping, but that's okay. I do try. Hello, my sister dear. All right, we are happy to have Susie McCauley, who is the founder of the Breathing Room, and I had to read it to make sure I get it right, and Breathing Access. And you're going to lead us into an experiential taste of yoga techniques. I love that. And I understand that you're involved in using yoga in the community as a tool for social justice. Tell me how that works.
Thank you so much. So we really view yoga as a tool for empowering ourselves physically, mentally, emotionally. And really it's an issue of health equity and access for everyone to be able to have these tools and really breaking down those stereotypes of who gets to do yoga and making sure that it's accessible and available to everyone. So I'm honored to be here today. Thank you. I'm honored to be here on Juneteenth. I'm a Brazilian American woman, and I was also honored to be included as an author in this anthology that came out by women of color called Practicing Yoga as Resistance. And the work that I have in here that I published was connected to the work that I've done here in Winston-Salem. I started Breathing Access in 2013, which is a nonprofit organization that really helps break down the barriers of who gets to do yoga and who has access to it. So what we do is we serve the schools here, Title I, underserved schools in Winston-Salem, third grade all the way to teachers and principals, and that's what this work is about. I also founded the Breathing Room, which is a yoga arts and wellness center here in Winston-Salem. And our goal is to make yoga accessible, inviting, welcoming to everyone. We partnered with the sheriff's office to work with the Downtown Detention Center. And that's what the work here is about, is really how to interrupt that school to prison pipeline using yoga, meditation, and the arts. So I would like to invite on stage with me two of our recently certified instructors from the Breathing Room, Dante Thomas and Olivia Sledge, if you would join me on stage. So as I mentioned, go ahead and join me if you will. Please come on. So I'd like to introduce you to Olivia Sledge and Dante Thomas, both recent graduates of our yoga teacher training program at the Breathing Room. And they'll also be teaching with us through Breathing Access in the schools, hopefully very soon. And we wanted to just give you a taste of yoga and just a little experience. So this is something that you can do whether you're seated in your chair, if you're at home and you're seated and you want to join us. We really like to meet folks where they are, and so feel free to join in with us. Thank you. Do you need the microphone? Are you good? Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dante Thomas of the Breathing Room, as Susie just said. So first, I'm going to sit down firmly planted into the chair, both my sit bones, back straight up and down, give proper spinal alignment. And from this position, I'm going to roll my shoulders. I'm going to get loose. I'm going to try to start loosening things up. You do it at your pace, and when you're ready, then we're going to firmly inhale and exhale and drop down and just let everything hang heavy for us. As everything hangs heavy, what we're going to do, we're going to try to focus in front of us. It's called our drishti. And as we're focusing in front of us, we're going to try to firmly inhale and come up, and we're going to trace the sun, and then when we come up to our apex, we're going to swan dive forward, and we're going to come down, exhale, 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 and let everything just hang heavy here. Take about 3 to 5 breaths. And on your very next breath, or perhaps you want to stay here, we're going to come up into what's called a half fold. Half fold, back straight, We're going to find our dristi in front of us while our feet firmly planted into the earth. And we're going to breathe. Very next breath, we're going to go back into a forward fold. Hang heavy. And from the forward fold, we're going to raise back up. Inhale, tracing the sun, trace the sun, trace the sun. And we're going to bring both hands to prayer in the middle. From the middle, bring both hands to prayer, come down, touch the third eye, may you focus. Come down to the mouth, may you speak your truth. And then we're going to come down to the heart, greet everyone with love. From this position right here, we're going to inhale, and then we're going to take a turn, right elbow to left leg. Attempt to breathe into that right side. 3 to 5 breaths. And then we'll come back to the middle. From the middle, we're going to do the other side. Feel nice and relaxed. Very next breath, come back to the middle. Drop hands back down. And we're going to inhale, tracing the sun, tracing the sun, tracing the sun. Hands to prayer. Come down to your third eye. May you focus. Come down to your mouth. Speak your truth. Come down to your heart center. Greet everyone with love. Once again, we're going to take the right elbow and go over the left knee. Inhale. Very next inhale, we're going to come back to the heart center. From the heart center, we'll go left elbow to right knee. And we're back to the heart center. From this point, we'll drop our hands back heavy again. Back to mountain. Ready?
All right, so my name is Olivia Sledge, and I'm going to take you through some movements from where you just were. And just allow your breath to take you through this flow. For you all at home who may be watching virtually, if you have a chair, I invite you to do your yoga from the chair, or if it feels good to you to stand, then stand. If you would like, if you are at home, if you would like to take your shoes off just to feel the earth beneath your feet, I invite you to do whatever makes you most comfortable. If you are here in the room, allow us to take you on this journey of going inward, of feeling the love in yourself and with others, and just to allow your body to relax and elongate through the movements. Okay? So if you are in your chair, your feet are still planted firmly on the ground. Just turn your body sideways in your chair. So one hip, so if you're turning to your left side, your hip is on the chair. And just allow that outer leg to drop. The knee drops towards the floor. Nice. And if it feels good within your body to elongate the back leg, just elongate the back leg. Lift both arms up overhead. Breathe in. And as you breathe out, turn your chest and your body to the front and lower the arms. Now taking that arm that's over the bent leg, you're going to rise it up and lift it up allowing the back arm to drop to the leg. And release. Allow that bent knee. Just allow your arm to come down to the leg and just reach over the body. Good. Ooh. And release. Bringing that back leg in, bringing your feet and your legs back to the center. And gently scoot your body to the opposite side. Now, if you need more support, grab onto the back of that chair. Your chair is your friend. And just drop the knee towards the floor. If it feels good to you, if your leg tells you, yes, I want more, elongate. Scoot that back foot back a little further and elongate that leg. Bringing the arms up overhead, inhale. And exhale the arms. As you exhale the arms, you are opening the body, opening the chest. Inhale, drop that back arm down to the leg. Inhale, reach up. And exhale, bring that front arm down to the knee. And release. Gently pull that back knee back to meet the other, and just scoot your way back to the center. Now you can do these yoga poses anytime you're at work or you're at home. All right, so in your chair, if you are standing, you can just cross one leg over the knee. But if you are in your chair, you're just going to take your right ankle, cross it over the left knee. And sitting up nice and tall. Breathe in. And you're going to exhale, hinge from the hips, and just take your chest out over the thigh. Give me a smile if you feel that stretch. Good, and release. Nice. And just release that leg. Just give a little hug. Hug it into the chest. Give a little side to side. Yeah. You can rotate the ankle if that feels good. Go both ways. Got an equal opportunity for that ankle. And release. All right, so let's cross the left ankle over the right knee. Sitting up nice and tall in your chair, and make sure you're scooted to the edge of your chair. It allows your back, your spine to be lifted nice and tall. Breathe in through the nose. And as you breathe out, hinge at your hips and take the chest out over the thigh. Just sink into it. Good. And slowly release. Take that foot, place it back on the floor. You can pull your knee in, give it a little hug to the chest, rotate the ankle, go the other way, and release. And so one last breath. Breathe it in. And take it down to your heart. So thank you. We thank you from the breathing room and from Dante and myself and Susie. And I just want to leave you with these parting words. If thank you is the only prayer you ever say in your entire life, you would have said enough. So with that, I thank you for sharing your time and your energy and your space with us. And we thank you for being here today. So, namaste and ashe.
There we are. I think that's the coolest thing that I've heard in a long time is thank you is the only prayer you say today, then you said it all. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. All right. Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep it moving and get us on time here. Performing, literary, and visual arts have always been a central part of the struggle for civil rights. And I think movement, there is freedom in movement, and that's what we're seeing. It was the music of Mahalia and Marvin Gaye, the poetry of Langston Hughes and Nikki Giovanni. Today we have a dynamic group of young, transformative, creative writers and spoken word artists that use talent to speak about social justice. They're known as Authoring Action. We love them. We have 3 representatives from Authoring Action to tell us a little bit about the organization. So if you guys can come on up and tell us about Authoring Action. All right, we have Lynn Rhodes and Nathan Ross Freeman and Love Lemon, the program and outreach coordinator, and I am just thrilled to have you here. Tell us a little bit about the organization.
We're going to do that. Hi, everyone. I'm Lynn Rhodes. I am co-founder and executive director of Authoring Action. Almost 20 summers ago, I had the great honor to co-found Authoring Action along with Nathan Ross Freeman, who is the co-founder and artistic director. We develop forums in collaboration with professional artists, developing teen authors to engage the world through spoken word, on stage and screen, and in design and publication. And our mission is to give tools to teens to develop the power of their voices, to amplify their voices, to give voice to their thoughts, ideas, the ways they see the world, to educate the world, to educate our community towards equity and justice. We are thrilled to be here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am LaVey Lemon. I am the program and outreach coordinator for Authoring Action, and I started at 11 in the Walking on Water ensemble of 2004. I look forward to you guys getting to hear our Assagat and Renaissance ensemble today.
Good afternoon. I am Nathan Ross Freeman. I am the co-founder and artistic director. And I'm also a descendant, survivor, and prodigy of African slaves in America. I'm going to basically just read some of my notes to discipline myself on time because I would really enjoy keeping you all here till the sun goes down. Till the sun goes down. Anyway, Authoring Action. We have a mantra. She and he who reads the most and writes the most gets the most of everything legally. Self-determination is self-accountability on an ancestral scale. What do I mean by that? That means that, yes, I have to basically be self-determinate in myself. But my self-determination basically comes from the shoulders that I'm standing on, my ancestral shoulders of all the folks that have gotten me here, that have gotten you here. In Authoring Action, we are a language organization. We are a literacy organization, where literacy is more than just being able to read and write. Literacy is being able to read and write on a level that you can negotiate. Negotiate what? Negotiate your dreams to come true. We are creative writing, creative writing, speech orientation, visual arts, and filmmaking impact communication production institute. We're an academic supplement. We're a parent education teacher. We're a community arts education teacher partner. And our processes are infusing education, arts education, and the juvenile justice systems naturally. All that to say, we are founded to deploy in our 19th year to regain and perpetuate the ancestral love and mastering of spoken written and witnessed word necessary to flourish the human diaspora. And finally, in closing, I would like to say this is our first national celebration, our first legislated national celebration of Juneteenth. Let it not be the beginning of an annual celebration simply to gather together. Let it not be a day of pacification, saying they gave. Let's make sure that this is a day where every year we launch further into the movement until we are indeed free at last. Ladies and gentlemen, all three in action.
This poem is about fear. This poem is about how thunderclouds can form rainbows on bad days. See, the darkest of places have the brightest color. Can't you tell by the way Black created everything? This poem is about pain. How scars don't leave after souls do. Markings hold more than just skin hostage. And my skin cells sell faster than Black culture do on the black market, so they read aloud his story like fairy tale. Place the North Star in Neverland to hook the black man to the ships all over again. See, piracy is a whitewashed word for colonizing. These scars hold generations. Blood markings colonized by temptation laid oceans for us to escape in. Horror read aloud on paper, they call it a plantation, but nobody wants to talk about that today. This poem is about courage. Because what is Black if not a soldier? A born fighter on the front of a war he did not enlist in, dying for what he believes in, dying for what she believes in. This poem is about marching on Sabbath days, because without peace, there is no rest. About taking a seat, a stand, a fist, a knee, or even taking back your time. This poem knows nothing of time. Will live on like forgotten history, can carve its way into a magnolia tree and take root, growing into the strangest piece of fruit. I think this poem is about Black people, stolen from kingdoms, foreign to her hieroglyphs, robbed of his afterlife, but still have the power to shine as bright as gold. To be Black is to glisten. Pressure that formed hard skin rock into diamond. I wonder if my people could hear this poem. Would it cause a commotion, a wave of love? Would this poem bring outrage, marked by protests on the day our freedom can breathe? Or maybe this poem can heal.
Heritage, heritage. Where do I even start? Decades and decades ago. Yeah, that's pretty far. There may be a beginning, but there is no end. Heritage lasts forever. That's what we need to comprehend. Legends and legends may become a dove, but just know they'll be forever known. Okay, time to be serious. Sit down and just listen. We pass the ball back and forth, but do we ever stop passing it and not care what's going on around us? It's just like passing the fact that heritage is something we all have to get to know at one point. We emerge, then extend. We inspire as we deliver. Our hearts begin to crumble as others begin to birth. I'm delighted to know that my heritage makes me one, graceful as the winds of our elders speak to us, whether they're here with us or not. Examine the heart of heritage and let me know what you think. I think it's beautiful, but I can only speak for me. Innocent but full of rage, lost in this dark cave, close to being out. I'm excited to know what heritage is all about.
I am unforgettable. I am a Black young queen with a crown. I am unforgettable. I used to consider myself as lost, not knowing exactly where I came from. I am royalty. I am Kennedy Shivers. Queen I am. I am free. I can go outside my comfort zone and act as free and royal as I please. I am no puppet. I am perfection. I am fearless. I am found. It took me a while to recognize this. Due to my influencers being blonde hair and white skin. Now, I see that my influences are black with afros, Erykah Badu, Maya Angelou, Harriet Tubman. I am royalty. Now, I carry around a bag, royal, flawless, and all fine. My black skin scares white people. Emmett Till was brutally beat because a white woman accused him of being flirtatious. Nowadays, black people in groups or in places we don't belong get the cops called on us for simply existing. My existence signals a warning, which are the shackles from every generation before me. A history of blood, sweat, and misery amongst white people. Our skin used for furniture, teeth used to replace their old ones, babies bait to lure the alligators, the excitement you must have in your superiority complex. Did you get a rise out of me saying that too? I bet you love when I speak on this. How proud you must be. Black people go missing, bystanders look away, our bodies sex trafficked left and right, silence. Alua Tawin Salu. Nobody listened to her as she stated who her abuser was. Then she slipped away vulnerable. She once said, "We can't take this shit off, so I'm gonna die about my skin." The pain from that day still taunts me at night to know that even now, black people, black women, the world's best secret, oh, how they love to imitate and never treat us like human beings. Tragic, ain't it? Back in the day, they used water hoses that could rip your skin off. Now they use rubber bullets to intimidate and hurt us, cracking whips at our back and then shocking us with tasers, whipping with sticks. Has anything changed? The laws to keep us in check and to keep white folks safe are still the same. Recognize that the system needs dismantling. The people you call to protect and serve you belong to the same organization that was built with the intent to abuse, harass, and kill us. I am not always angry, but today I have something to be angry about. Don't tell me racism is over when after slavery ended, there were mass lynchings and killings of black people. Don't tell me to get over it when you ate us. When I show disdain for my oppressors, openly, it allows everyone to see what's needing dismantling. The colonizers are still colonizing. Gentrification ridding my people from their homes. Cops still being cops under a system that wasn't put here to benefit people who look like me. Still taking and taking and taking, but I digress. You know what you did. You know what you're doing now.
More Clark Kents than Jokers, because we are more bulletproof than fake smiles. Black boys so fly. That's why white folk are our enemies. Imagine killing a superhero and not expecting a riot. Black people ain't afraid to be a little angry if it means death. Who needs the Teen Titans when we have black teens fighting? We robbing these white folk by breaking through their cinder block, and I ain't trying to jinx it. But this Deathstroke got all the starfire we need to take y'all out without a gizmo. See, we wasn't built on the same continent. Ain't it funny? Heroes were always trying to save the villain when they close to death, and here we are now, holding your hand as you hanging off the cliff you so eagerly made us jump off of, wishing you nothing but life. But how can you hold life when you have no melanin? I wish I could let go, but it's never been in my DNA to segregate. Colored folks still gotta hide. When they see a black man in a cape, he must be alien. Protests on these streets setting fires to cop cars, we must be like Malcolm X, man. Guess they see an X gene and presume we all mutant. The way I go rogue and strip America of its power with just a touch. So they pick on our flesh and experiment on our bones. Stuff the corpse deep in their closets so that all you can see is a reflection. They Bartman my black boy for being belligerent. What a betrayal. The same country I died to make, I die from hate. What a disgrace. Did you know the biggest superpower is being black? The way you can be too invisible for anyone to notice dead on the concrete, run around downtown in flames like the Human Torch, make your skin as hard as rock. But alas, with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. So I guess I'm responsible for it all, or at least we all are. I am Antonio Ratley from the Phoenix Ensemble of 2018.
I am Lorian Trethaway of M&A Ensemble 2020.
I am Kennedy Shivers, Tempest Ensemble 2019. I am Gabrielle Williams. I am from Pangea 2013.
Thank you.
The hearts of our children. Absolutely amazing. I'm always, as a writer, I'm always amazed at what comes from our young people. And I don't think we can ignore the pain or the revelation or any of that. We just have to love them into the life that they were destined to live so that they don't live afraid, but they do live well. And so what's next? That's what's next. We build our babies. We build our babies into the fine young people that they are. And guys, I am so, and I apologize, Miss LeVay, because I read it wrong, but that's that whole live TV thing. I read things wrong all the time. Anyway, I love seeing these young people. When I was their age, I was that kid that hid behind my mother's skirt tails. I did nothing. I wouldn't talk to people. I wouldn't express myself, and I most certainly wouldn't express any fear or anything like that that I had. So I admire these young people, and I thank them for what they do. All right, we have talked about the music of the Civil Rights Movement. No one revisits that music better than the Winston-Salem State University Choir under the direction of Maestra Dewala Burke. All right. And we're going to start, before I introduce you, Maestra, I want to introduce a video. It's called Let's Listen to Sing Out and March On.
Well, I marched through the storm, and I marched through the rain, and I marched through some sickness and some heartache and pain, and I lay on the ground, and I looked up at the sky, and I prayed to the Lord up above and asked why. But oh no, I'm not tired, and I'm not through marching yet, and I'm marching till I die. Children, wish you in bed. I'm singing now, I'm gonna sing out. Well, my grandma marched, my granddad, and I never thought it would be something that I'd have to do. I'll march if I must. I got a mission to see, and I'll be damned if I let my children march. And I believe in the power of making some noise. If I die, I can sing, and if I can't sing, I'll die. So let's sing for one another now. Let's give it a try. I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing now. I'm gonna sing Dr. King, unfortunately, our jail cell is this country called the United States of America. Your words still ring true today. We are called to remain unsatisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness of a mighty stream. All we say to America is, be true to what you put on paper. If I lived in China, or Russia, or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they had not committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the right to protest for right. Dr. King, we are committed to getting it right. HBCUs, PWIs, teachers, educated collegians, women, men, boys, girls, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and newly elected female senators of color. Somewhere, I read, we have the right to be free. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
Winston-Salem State University Concert Choir under the direction of Maestra Dwala Simmons Burke. You know what? I was sitting here and my heart was feeling really hopeful about this. You know, we see all these viral videos. That's the kind of video we need to see go viral. And that takes all of us, because we can do social media just like the other folks. Let's put this stuff and make it go viral. I am just so thrilled to have you here, Dr. Burke. Tell me about the program. Tell me a little bit more about the program and how the work that's leading us to the singing of the song, Keep Your Eyes on the Prize.
Well, at Winston-Salem State University, a part of our strategic plan is that we include in every subject that's taught at the university about social justice and social awareness. And so that's an easy thing for us in the arts because we often use the arts to express ourselves. And people oftentimes will listen to an instrumentalist or a singer speak about some of these really arduous and trying times before they will listen to someone that's going to preach about it. And I use that word loosely, preach, but you know, someone that's going to be really firm about their beliefs in social justice. And so music it's not something new, but music has always been able to speak for those of us who can't speak about it in any other way. So I very much, years ago, in the forming of the Winston-Salem State University Burke Singers, decided that we needed to have a voice in this community about social justice.
So let's hear that voice. Take us into the sing-along.
Before I do that, I do want to introduce my students and please don't lose this opportunity to do this, but we do have songs that are on our Project Compact Disc, Sing Down Justice, and My God is a Rock. So you can certainly go to the webpage and order these, but I'll be hanging around and I have many here. Would love for those of you that are out here to support the Winston-Salem State University Singing Rams by purchasing our CDs. This helps our students matriculate at the university in scholarships. So what I want to do is to include those of you that are in our audience right here and those that are at home to participate. So when we are trying to make a stand and take a stand and we are marching and we are protesting, oftentimes music plays one of the biggest parts in that kind of activity. And so you hear people chanting and saying things over and over again. And what I want to do is to have you all to do that very same thing. So one chant is, what time is it? You say it. And it's time to get right. It's time to get right. What time is it? It's time to get right. Absolutely. So when I point to you like this, I want you all to have that rhythm and I want you to go, what time is it? It's time to get right. What time is it? It's time to get right. Okay, now you can't be bashful about that, right? You cannot get bashful about that. So we're going to use one of our old songs that were actually a part of the civil rights movement, and that's Keep Your Eyes on the Prize, which was taken from an old hymn, was Keep Your Hand on the Plow, Hold On. So they changed the lyrics to fit the time. So it was keep your eyes on the prize, and the prize is the goal, and that's to make sure that everybody knows that everybody is important and that everybody's life matters. And yes, there is a movement called Black Lives Matter because we need to talk about that right now. We do, but we want to make sure that everybody knows that all human lives matter. So in the midst of this song, you will hear Paul and Silas bound in jail, got no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Again, Paul and Silas had no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Then you go to hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. What time is it? What time is it? It's time to get right. What time is it? It's time to get right. Paul and Silas are bound in jail, had no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Come on, sing it with me. Paul and Silas bound in jail, had no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Here's another verse. Only chain that man can stand is the chain from hand to hand. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Come on. I'm gonna board that big greyhound, carry the love from town to town. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Come on, hold on. Yes, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Come on, and hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Yes, wonderful. So anytime you see the Winston-Salem State University Singing Rams or the Burke Singers, you support them. Thank you. You support them. Thank you. They're out here singing that message of rights and rights of all. And everybody, those of us that are silent, we're adding to the problem. So speak up, speak out, and listen. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I like hearing that. If we are silent, we're contributing to the problem. We all have voices. We all need to use those voices. That's pretty wonderful. All right, we are moving to our final segment. And so I'm going to give us just a couple of minutes to make sure we're set up here. So we'll take a short break here and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Byron Pitts of ABC News Nightline. I'd like to welcome everyone to this year's JuneTeenth Festival, brought to you by the Triad Cultural Arts and WXLV ABC 45 Television. JuneTeenth is important to me because we get to celebrate the richness of our diverse nation. Enjoy the event and be sure to tune in to ABC News Nightline every weeknight at 12:35 here on ABC 45.
African American and Latinx businesses don't always have the resources that they need to be successful.
Businesses of color historically have a hard time accessing capital to grow their business.
It was extremely tough. It's always times where I wanted to give up. Having a child as a teenager, being a true single father, I thought that I wasn't going to be able to do anything. But I knew that I still had to create something that was bigger than myself.
I'm committed to providing a solution to the challenges that business owners face. I'm Alan Younger. I'm the director of the Small Business Center. We have educational events, and then we have business mentors. Karen Kuthrow of the Feeling Friends has been a Small Business Center client for years. She applied for the Minority Business Enterprise Grant Program, and she was a recipient for one of those grants.
The Feelings Company teaches children how to identify, express, and manage their feelings. It shows how Innovation Quarter and the ecosystem brings people together to bring resources together. The IQ really feeds into helping Black businesses.
Hustle Winston-Salem is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to inclusive entrepreneurship. We provide resources, classes, mentors.
The vision of the Access Center is just to be a place where we are injecting qualified businesses into our economy. And we understand historically, if you don't have capital, if you don't have the resources, we're here to help you.
I've had the privilege in 2020 of being involved in different grant programs amounting over $900,000. The Entrepreneurial Advisory Board introduced the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Grant Program just last year and supported 21 businesses with over $200,000 of grants.
My hope for future grant programs is just to keep doors open for businesses.
It's really amazing to have all of these resources just right here. I founded OnceLogix about 15 years ago. OnceLogix is a tech company. The majority of our customers are actually Black-owned businesses themselves. The most successful people in the world can take those disadvantages and somehow use them as fuel to be advantages.
Let's get our community more inclusive from an entrepreneurial lens, and then we don't have to have hustle. Like, if hustle is successful when we don't have to exist anymore.
Some businesses may need help with capital. Some businesses may need help finding business opportunities.
If people don't see leaders that look like them, they're not coming. When you think about the younger generation as well, it gives them an opportunity to believe that they can strive for something.
Right here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, if you have an idea, there's resources that are right here, Winston-Salem, downtown, Innovation Quarter, that can help you bring those things to fruition.
Hello everyone, my name is David Mounts and I'm the Chairman and CEO of Inmar Intelligence. And I'm based right here in the heart of the community where trailblazers like Olame Forte showed us all how to create opportunity for those in our communities by entering into entrepreneurial endeavors. On behalf of the entire Inmar Intelligence team, I'm honored to say that we are proud to be a partner with Triad Cultural Arts in celebrating this Juneteenth. We hope you enjoy this special day full of food, music, culture, and education, and most importantly, the strength and hope of those who came before us and who entrusted us to build on the important work that they did in creating opportunity economics. With that, let's get back to today's festivities. Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
a leader in bringing recognition to Black American history and culture. Triad Cultural Arts provides immersive experiences which preserves, interprets, and exhibits Black heritage. Cultural tours. Get off the beaten path and view some of the city's most treasured historic gems and cultural sites, from slavery to Jim Crow up through the Civil Rights era and present day. Festivals. Annually, Triad Cultural Arts is a proud sponsor of the JuneTeenth Festival of the Triad and convenes the citywide Kwanzaa celebration. These experiences are a time of reflection and to take one step closer together to build a culturally competent community. Preservation. Triad Cultural Arts is working to preserve Black cultural landscapes and resources for the education of our children. Want to support our work? Visit triadculturalarts.org.
JuneTeenth, the nation's oldest celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in America. Hi, I'm Anita, the owner of Dignity Justified, a business initiative that uses art and artifacts, ideas, and individuals to have conversation about African American culture and history. I'm honored to be a part of this year's JuneTeenth celebration, and I brought along an artifact from the collection. It is here to help us to think about the struggle for freedom and to also note the importance of the celebration of freedom. It is a United States Colored Troop muster roll for the 41st Regiment, Company B. A muster roll indicates when men enlisted as well as when they were discharged. I'll come back to this muster roll. This is a newspaper from 1863. It is on January the 1st of 1863 that Lincoln officially announces his Emancipation Proclamation, which said that all slaves that are in states at war with the Union are free. It also includes a provision calling for the recruitment of Black men into the Union forces. Newspapers of the day printed the Emancipation Proclamation, and they also often included visuals. In this case, it shows the past, slavery and that horrible institution, and it also has pictures about what opportunities then were for those free persons with the Emancipation Proclamation. There's a heavy emphasis on public education. A person who's perfectly poised to discuss slavery and the hope for the future is Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is a leading spokesperson for the anti-slavery movement. He also owns his very own newspaper, the North Star. In addition to being an outstanding orator, he has spoken in England, has spoken in Ireland. He goes on to speak about this call and this recruitment for men to join. He prints broadsides, which were big banners, and they said, "Men of color to arms now or never," because he believed that if they fought in this war, there would be no force on earth or under the earth that could deny their citizenship rights. Two of Douglass's sons, Charles and Lewis, also joined in to fight. They're part of the legendary 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Regiment, which was the first all-black military unit raised by the North during the Civil War. Others joined too. Over 180,000 men sign up. 19,000 joined the Navy. Women cannot join, however, they do serve as scouts, as spies, and as nurses, the most legendary, of course, being Harriet Tubman. This is a poster from a book by the author and poet, Carol Boston Weatherford. The illustrations are by Kadir Nelson. I'm going back to my muster roll. Sometimes muster rolls are contained inside envelopes like this, and they have clear, succinct information about the service. This muster roll has name after name of those gallant men in that 41st Regiment, Company B, who served. A full listing of names and halfway along the back, and I found out that these men were in Appomattox from April the 3rd until April the 9th. They were in Appomattox, Virginia. And they were a part of what was called an Appomattox campaign. And that says that when General Grant accepted the unconditional surrender of General Lee, these men were present. From Virginia, they move on to Texas. And that's how we get to Gordon, General Gordon Granger, and Texas. 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, he goes to Texas to announce on June 19th of 1865 that all persons are free. All slaves are free. There's an important celebration. People are jubilant. They look for family and friends. And we're told that the first official celebration, which was called Emancipation Day, was held June 19th, 1866. There was gospel singing, friendship, fellowship. People were so excited about what the opportunities moving forward would be, because freedom is everything. Here's an example of an early celebration. This one takes place in Brenham, Texas, and this is 1891. And it says the second day of the Emancipation celebration at the fairgrounds in this city, Saturday, was better attended than the first. In fact, the most interesting features of the celebration were reserved for Saturday evening. Then it goes on to say, there were not so many colored people in the city as usual on Saturday evening. All of them very near being out at the JuneTeenth celebration. Okay, 1891, we hear Emancipation celebration and JuneTeenth celebration. There are many who believe that it branched out into the 19th or the JuneTeenth because there were people who wanted to emphasize the importance of voting. I brought this art along because I love the movement in it. It makes me think about JuneTeenth and freedom. The younger person is walking with all of his belongings tossed over his shoulder. He's engaged with conversation with the older gentleman. The younger person has a U.S. military belt buckle, and the older gentleman is walking with a book. I interpreted that to say the struggle for freedom was hoped for and prayed for. It was also fought for. And that's JuneTeenth. Thank you.
Oh, I know. See, you leave us up here too long, we find all kinds of people that we know in common and things to talk about. Have y'all had a good day? I am just overwhelmed and overjoyed. And this is our final segment. So if y'all know anybody, text them, tell them to come on in, listen to some more of this amazing music, and just come have some fun. Let's send ourselves off into our next week with a really, really, really big JuneTeenth smile. All right. Legendary jazz artist Billie Holiday is known for her song Strange Fruit, which she recorded as a result of seeing black men hanging from trees in the South. We want to open our closing segment with that song performed by our own jazz legend, Janice Price.
You know, Billie Holiday co-wrote this song. And the inspiration for the song was her traveling through the South and actually seeing these images. southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the roots, black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, black bodies swinging from the poplar tree. Pastoral scenes of a gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolias, sweet and fresh, then the smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for the trees to drop. Here is a strange and bitter
When they leave you speechless, you, dear lady, are beyond voice beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Joining us also is Dr. Fran Bates Oates, who is recently retired, so I'm finding out, professor and director of field and clinical experiences at Winston-Salem State University, currently the CEO and founder of Bates Oates Life Coaching and Educational Services. And we were talking a lot about that. So tell me a little bit about Fran's story.
Well, my story begins with my father. And when she sang that song with that much soul, it's the soul with which we must think about these stories. It's funny that in the generation of Billie Holiday and in your voice, they were talking about passing the sweet smell of magnolia, yet then smelling the burnt souls. And then in my generation, I wrote in my story, it's imperative that we tell these stories, and it's imperative that the stench, I wrote the same thing. In my generation, the stench of burnt souls that's going to impact the lens of our omnipresent injustices in this world. So Billie Holiday's telling the story of lynching and the smell of burnt souls. And then here I am in my generation riding along, and all of a sudden we come upon a man hung from a tree with his feet burned and his hands burned. And I'm just in middle school, and the father of my friend says, "Get down in the seat and don't look, everything's okay." He turns around suddenly and he backs up. And then he says, "It's only a dummy, don't worry." But all I remember is the sight of that burnt soul. And all I remember was fear. And he said, "It's okay. And we never talked about it again. We never talked about it again. And so that was the beginning of some of my stories. I wrote my stories because in 1968, when Martin Luther King was killed, about 16 days after that, my father was brought home allegedly by white police. And the next morning, we found him on the front porch of our home. His eyes were closed. They were shut forever. His breath was stopped. And we never to this day know why. And so to tell the stories is important. It's imperative. I have to tell the stories. So that's why I wrote all of this in my dissertation. It's extremely important. I remember my papa, I used to say, you know, I'm so sick of him telling the same story over and over and over again. And now that I'm a woman, I understand his stories. They were so magnificently important for me to understand the injustices in the world. So I wrote my stories in a dissertation. And that's just two of the stories I wrote.
I love this. I love it, and I love that you're saying we have to talk, because for so long we all refused to talk. We said we'll bury it, we'll swallow it, we'll eat it, we'll let it go by, and thank you, Jesus, it wasn't me. But you were talking about the importance of talking and how it relates to music in general, and that's a big thing.
And for Billie Holiday to step out and to take that poem, that was not her original poem, but for her to step out and to tell that story, because she felt that her father had experienced the same kind of discrimination and prejudice. Because he was sick, and because he was black, he was not allowed to go into the hospital. And so he died. The same way Billie Holiday was not allowed to tell the story. They handcuffed her to the bed, and they let her die. They would not allow her to tell that story. So it's my job to make sure the next generation knows the story, the way it was my papa's job to make sure I knew the stories as well.
And she did that through her music. And you got another song for us.
Yes, I do. A lot of people don't know this, but Billie Holiday wrote this next song for her mom, to get back at her mom, because every time she would sing it, she would get really, really, really mad at her, because she wanted to prove to her mother that she had her own. The song I'm sure you're going to remember, and written by Eleanora Fagan, better known as Lady Day, Billie Holiday. Them that's got shall get, them that's not shall lose. So the Bible says, and it still is news. Your mama may have, and your papa may have, but God bless that child that's got their own, that's got their own. Rich relations give crust of bread and such. You can help yourself, but don't you take too much now. Your mama may have, and your papa may have, but God bless that child that's got their own, that's got their own. but God bless that child that's got their own, that's got their own. The bread and such, you can help yourself, but don't you take too much. Your mama may have and your papa may have, but God bless a child that's got their own, that's got their there's God there. Yeah.
What she gets her voice to do. That's just amazing. And I want to ask y'all. Okay, so when I rebelled, none of my rebellion came out sounding that good. I'm just going to tell you. It just did not. It did not. So let's talk. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, gosh, what a blessing. All right, so how do you see all of this being related to our Juneteenth celebration? And as important, how do they relate to today? Your story, the music, how does this translate into what we can take away today?
One thing about the Juneteenth celebration is that we are gathering. And when Juneteenth, on the day that they announced our freedom, we gathered. We gathered in great groups, families, mothers, fathers, generations gathered. And they celebrated, and they were so happy to hear about our freedom. And today, here we are in 2021, and we're gathering. We're talking to one another. We're sharing stories. This Juneteenth celebration is allowing us to hear the music of that time. It's allowing us to see different displays and demonstrations and talk about the stories that are there. So that's one great thing about Juneteenth. But we were also celebrating freedom. And so everybody continues to say, are we really free today in 2021? We were free from slavery, but slavery was about owning a body. Is slavery now, are we enslaved in our thoughts and in our minds? Are we as black people allowing dominance and make America great again, be on the forefront? That's today. But we were celebrating freedom. Is that a freedom that we have now? Are we going to allow the new voting laws, for example, to be a part of our slavery again? Because the voting right laws now, if we aren't careful, are going to stop us from being free to vote again. We've got to be able to talk about these things and tell our stories. We've got to be able to look at each other individually and find out how you feel about these things. What were your lived experiences? What do you plan to do in this work to make sure that we are not slaves of thought, that we are free? I would ask each person that's in this audience, what are you doing in order to help us bridge the gap between this hate that's there? And it is so individual now. We've got to go back to individual. That's what's the same. What's happening to us is the same. What is different is that in my father's time, they sat down and they had strategies. They planned. They went into a room. They knew at 2:01 you were going out this way, and at 2:02 you were going out that way. And we were going to meet down there, and something was going to happen. What we need to do again is get in the rooms and have the strategies. Because right now, with the voting laws, it's happening to us and we don't even know it's happening. There are laws that are going to stop us from being able to eat while we stand in line. What individually are we going to do so that collectively things are much different than they were during the day of Juneteenth? And so I said a lot there, but I think it's so individual. We've got to do this individual. So what inside of you, what is your social, Carol, I would ask you, and not to answer, but who are you and who are you as a social justice being is my question. So that's what there is right now for each of us to look at, in my opinion, in individual. And then you can say, God bless the child has got his own.
That's right. That's right. And I don't even mind answering, because I tell people all the time, you ask me who I am, and I tell you I sow seeds so greatness in others can bloom. And so if we are all sowing seeds and we're all agreeing to sow seeds, we move away from victim mentality and move into victor mentality. And that's when we grow, and that's when we grow together. And I think it's conversations that we have together, not in anger, but in understanding. And the other part of that is to become a much better listener than I'll ever be a talker. So when I know I have one of these and two of these, and we're listening to each other, then we truly make a difference. I love you. I love you. And I'm so excited that you're not going to leave us without one more gift of your voice.
Would you all like to hear another one?
Yes, ma'am.
Maestro, if you please. This is one of my favorite ones. I think you're going to have to start it again. I missed my intro. And can you turn the speakers up for me? I turned 63 years old, y'all, on the 16th. And just to let you know, I'm going to be celebrating my birthday at the Rhythm Lounge and Grill tonight. So, and I go on at 9 o'clock. Doors open at 8. So I'd love to see each and every one of you there. I never run out of things to say. My dad used to say, you talk too much. Ooh, what a little moonlight can do. Ooh, what a little moonlight can do for you. You're in love, your heart's aflutter, and all you say when you have kissed him is ooh. What a little moonlight can do, say, love you. Ooh, what a little moonlight can do for you. Wait a while till the moonbeam comes peeping through. Oh, you're in love, your heart's aflutter, and all you'll say when he has kissed you is ooh. What a little moonlight can do. Sorry, I can't hear it, so if you know it, sing along with me. Y'all give the sound man a big round of applause. He's over there working hard. You're in love, Your hearts will flutter and all you'll say. So just cannot utter the words I love. Ooh, that is what a little moonlight can do for you. Wait a while till the moonbeam comes peeping through. Oh, you're in love, you can't resist it. Then all you'll say when you have kissed it is ooh. What a little moonlight can do. The sound man is now doing the solo on the saxophone. Everybody give him a round of applause. Oh, you sound so good. You're in love, your heart's a flutter, and all you'll say is when you're kissing is ooh. What a little moonlight can do. What a little moonlight can do for you. Wait a while till the moonbeam comes peeping through. Oh, you're in love, your heart's a flutter, and all you'll say when you have kissed him is ooh. What a little moonlight can do. Our sound man, y'all.
So good, so good, so good, so good. Janice Price, thank you. We're going to take about 30 seconds and set up. Dr. Oates, thank you so much. You guys have enriched us and blessed us, so thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you guys, because this has been a good, wonderful day, and it's just such a joy. It's such a joy to be around folks that just want to celebrate. We've got enough to be sad about. We've got enough to be down about. But to want to celebrate and celebrate us, all of us, because it took all of us in this room to get to where we are. You know, like I told you when we started today, I got to meet the first woman in my family that was born out of slavery, my great-grandmother. And this woman memorized the Bible because she was losing her sight because of health care issues that wouldn't allow her to go in and be seen by a doctor, so she lost her sight. And she says, well, I think I'll memorize the Bible. That wasn't genetic. I didn't memorize the whole thing. I do read it. I did not memorize. So that was, you know, that's just part of our story. And we all have those stories. And I think if we don't tell other people our stories, they remain a mystery. So let's change that. Let's change that. All right. I have to get my script now. See, I'll start talking and lose my place. Sorry about that, y'all. All right. We do not want to conclude without thinking about what we do from here, and that is very important. When we leave here, yeah, we'll feel good. We will be inspired, but what happens next? And charting a course to continue in the struggle for equity. We have several community leaders to affirm and challenge us as we move forward. Now, I'm not sure. I think I'm just handing over. Who am I handing to? No one's telling me.
I don't think we know, but I'll jump in.
Okay.
My name is James Perry. I serve as CEO of the Winston-Salem Urban League. And first of all, this is an amazing event. And obviously, it's been an amazing event for many, many years. I think part of the reason that we were able to get to the point that Juneteenth is a federal holiday is because of organizing communities the way that it's happening here. and because of the fact that so many people like Cheryl Harry have been working so hard for so many years to make sure that Juneteenth is honored and celebrated. But that said, clearly we have so much more to do. The idea that Congress steps forward and passes a law that makes Juneteenth a federal holiday, but they don't deal with policing issues, that they don't deal with voting issues, you name it, they don't deal with the substantive issues, but they give us a holiday. It means that we have more work to do. And so I think the question for all of us is, how do we do that in our own communities? And I think what you see before you here are organizations that you can work with at any point. And all the organizations who are here today. At the Urban League, we have our Summer Youth Employment Program. We have our Senior Community Service Employment Program. You name it, we have a program for it to help the community. But in order for us to provide that help and support, we need your help. And so visit us at wsurban.org. Again, enjoy your Juneteenth, but also please pay homage because that is the purpose of an event like today.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Waidu Jabbar. I'm currently the president of the local NAACP. Let me start by saying it's an honor and a privilege to be sitting here to address this grand crowd on this auspicious occasion. Truly, I'm proud of this year, even more reason to celebrate this occasion, for on Thursday, June 17th, 2021, Joe Biden signed a bill that established June 19th as a Juneteenth national federal holiday. This U.S. holiday commemorates the end of slavery in these United States. It is the first holiday since the Martin Luther King holiday in 1983. While we celebrate this victory, we must also remember the words of Dr. Nelson Mandela. For to be free is not merely casting off one's chains. The respect, the enhance, and the freedom of others, end quote. And so let us remember, the battle is not over. We must continue to fight for what is right and just. Before I leave you with these words from a charge from our former president, Barack Obama, our responsibility as citizens is to address inequities and injustice that linger, and we must secure the birthrights for all people. So we continue to say, one step forward, not one step back. One step forward, not one step back. One step forward, not one step back. So I continue to enjoy this special occasion. Be blessed, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Terry. I'm a member of Alpha Pi Lambda of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. I'm a member of the Divine Nine, and we all heard about the Divine Nine with Kamala Harris. The Divine Nine are Alpha Phi Alpha, founded in 1906, the same year as the NAACP. Alpha Kappa Alpha, founded in 1908. Kappa Alpha Psi, founded in 1911. Omega Psi Phi, founded in 1911. Delta Sigma Theta, founded in 1913. Phi Beta Sigma, founded in 1920. Sigma Gamma Rho, founded in 1922. And Iota Phi Theta, founded in 1963. The Black Greek lettered organizations formed together in 1930 because they wanted to foster cooperation between differing groups. Did you hear me? Cooperation. Not competition, but cooperation between the groups. of fraternities. They still exist today under the name of the Pan-Hellenic Council. You see folk all over the place. Folk are giving out scholarships every year, doing the work as school teachers, social workers, government officials, and helping with this great organization and putting on this great event. Let us remember, cooperation is the key to our success. Again, bringing you greetings from the Black Greek Letter Organizations. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Hairston. I come to you on behalf of the Winston-Salem Black Chamber of Commerce. We represent black businesses and we support black businesses. 156 years ago, the JuneTeenth organization was formed, and to this day, as I look around, I see many people that I don't know, but what I really want to embrace is the different cultural organizations and the different nationalities. And I speak on behalf of small black businesses in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We need your support. We support the JuneTeenth Festival, and I hope that every year the JuneTeenth Festival will get greater. The Black Chamber of Commerce meets the second Tuesday of every month at 6 p.m., and I encourage everyone to really embrace small businesses, embrace the JuneTeenth Festival, and from the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So please help us support the black communities.
Amen. Ford. I have the honor of serving as a senior pastor of First Baptist Church on Highland Avenue. Amen. I see my First Baptist folks. Amen. Also here, though, today wearing my hat as the board president for Action for Equity. Action for Equity is an organization that emerged out of the campaign Action for Ashley, with a focus on educational equity all over this city and all over Forsyth County. And I think Brother Perry set the stage well in terms of understanding that JuneTeenth reminds us of all of the work that we have to do going forward. And we're going to ask you as Action for Equity to work with us on several fronts in this year going forward. One is making sure that our community is a culturally relevant community that is informed by an understanding of the impact that trauma has on our community and is a trauma-resilient community. The second thing we're going to ask you to do is to gather with us, as we gather with so many others around this community, to make sure that pre-K is a priority for Forsyth County so that every family has access to early childhood education, because that's where it all begins. And it can't just be limited to the privileged and the few. We're also going to ask you to support Forsyth Family Power, which is about empowering our families, empowering our parents to be ready to make the kind of change that is necessary in our community and beyond. And the last thing I'll tell you is this, because people ask us all the time, what is your position on school choice? What is your position on the school choice debate that is going on right now? Whatever solution comes for school choice in this community, it's got to be centered on the interests of equity, and it's got to be centered in the model of neighborhood and community schools. Every single school in this community, whether it's on the east side or the west side, should be a good school that everybody wants to send their children to. And that's going to mean that we have to flood, and I mean flood, biblical flood, a whole sector of our schools, Title I schools, with the resources they need, the support they need to be the kind of schools that everybody wants to send their kids to. So you join with us in this next year. We're going to see that needle move even further on the cause for equity as we move from the grassroots to the grass tops. Amen.
Good afternoon. I am Elder Tambila Covington, and I am the president of the Ministers' Conference of Winston-Salem and vicinity. People, we are at a pivotal moment when tradition has met transition. And as the former Houston, Texas State Representative Al Edward once said, Every year, we must remind successive generations that this event triggered a series of events that one by one defines the challenges and the responsibilities of successive generations. You see, God has led us here, and just as we depended on God to see us through what we came through, we must trust Him to walk with us into this new era of transition. As a people, we have come a long way, but we have not arrived just yet. JuneTeenth is a day of celebration, but it is also a day for us to reaffirm and to rededicate ourselves toward action. Most of us have reevaluated all of our operations to include the pursuit for equity. But here is the question. So now the question remains, what does that look like in our respective organizations as we speak of equity? In exchange for tradition becoming transition, or better yet, transformation, we must today grapple with the mission for equity to match not only our values, but also our outcomes. So the Ministers' Conference, as faith leaders, we will continue to pursue social justice by galvanizing our resources and leveraging our influence to advocate for an equitable education in the Winston-Salem, Forsyth County school systems, to advocate to eradicate any health disparities, to advocate against food insecurity, advocate for economic mobility and community revitalization for underserved and marginalized communities. To sum it up, this is what the Ministers' Conference of Winston-Salem commits to doing. We commit to continue to fight for social justice, liberation of the mind, and for freedom in all of our business and families. Thank you.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. I was asked by Ms. Gerald Harry to speak a few lines about the mothers of the Nation of Islam. As a member of the Nation of Islam for over 50 years, I stand on the shoulders of 7 black women whom we call Mothers of the Faithful. I will only speak of 2. Mother Samaya Muhammad is the mother of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. She was born on the island of St. Kitts in the British West Indies. The second, Mother Clara Muhammad, was born in Cordella, Georgia, USA. Mother Clara, and I quote, took a courageous stand for the right to educate her children in her home in 1931, when homeschooling was illegal. She and her husband, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, were charged with contributing to the delinquency of minors. Mother Clara's stance against truant officers paved the way for the largest chain of private elementary schools for American black children in the United States. Today, I said today, in order for our children to see themselves in the light of truth, we must begin to compose the narrative that reflects the history of our ancestors from the viewpoint of our black experience in America. If we want them to develop into intelligent, healthy, God-conscious, and self-determined men and women who will contribute to the economic development and preservation of the community culture that our ancestors from Happy Hill created after being enslaved over 300 years. It is we who must begin to teach our children in our homes, in our churches, in our music and spoken word. Martin Luther King said, "You don't need a college degree to serve." The pandemic revealed how much we can do together in our homes with time to listen and patience to teach with love and understanding the value of our lives to one another. Black women are the mothers of civilization, and the human family has a bright and glorious future. Happy Juneteenth.
It is a wonderful thing to have walking orders from such a panel of wise, and wonderful people. Thank you all for joining us. Do I need to move in some? She's making me move. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to block people and she's telling me to move. Oh, you want me in the center? Okay, I'll come up here. Here I am. I know you. All right, I do. I want to thank you all because you could have been anywhere today. You chose to be a part of history. You chose to be a part of this Juneteenth celebration. There are Juneteenth celebrations going on all around the country. You chose to be here, and we thank you. We thank all of the volunteers who made this possible, the tireless work. Girl, you must have lost 12 pounds walking through this place. But anyway, I mean, we just appreciate that. And we have to let them know, the businesses, the vendors that have set up, if you haven't said hello, say hello. Because the future is not just mental, but it's in our economics too, as you're hearing. We have to support these business people as they support us. So again, thank you. It has been an amazing, amazing opportunity, and I am humbled and honored that I was asked to be a part of it again, and I just really appreciate that. This is the nation's oldest observance to the ending of slavery. And someone asked me the other day about Juneteenth and what I thought. I said, well, think about this. What if I knew something about your life that was going to change your life forever? And I said, I'm just going to wait a couple of years to tell you. That is what Juneteenth is. Now the secret is out, and the mission is ours to make this world and continue to make this world a better place. We want to thank you and thank all of our sponsors. So on behalf of Triad Cultural Arts, Food Lion, the City of Winston-Salem, my buddies over there at ABC 45, happy Juneteenth. We want you to go out and make it a wonderful year after year after year after year. And please know that the celebration continues outside. There's some things going on. They'll be out there until 7 o'clock. So enjoy yourselves. Be safe. Be healthy. Be whole. Be well read. And smile at somebody today. Just smile at somebody and say, I love you, and make it an awesome day. Thank you, guys.